Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, September 25th, 2024. So let's start with a roll call.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call. Chair Grumbine,
Present?
Vice Chair House,
I'm here.
Commissioner Butler,
Here.
Commissioner Dornan,
Here.
Commissioner Drury,
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Here.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Here.
Commissioner McClure,
Here.
Commissioner Uli.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Full commission.
All right. On to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address this commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. So is there anyone wanting to talk about something not on our agenda? All right, not seeing anyone in the room.
All right. Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll go ahead and move to virtual public comment. If you'd wish to speak on Zoom at this time, you can raise your hand and we'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands raised, and we didn't receive any general written correspondence, so I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, we are on to then item B, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting September 11th, 2024.
I'll move approval of the minutes.
All right, motion by Commissioner Lindvik, second by Commissioner Butler. Under discussion, any edits? Commissioner Ensberg.
Chair Grumbine, on item number 3, which I believe was the bicycle parking, normally when we have, I don't know if this is appropriate, but you'll tell me if it isn't. We voted 5-2 on the color, and the two who voted different than the rest of the group were preferred black. So I don't know if that's important to say or not.
Oh, so sorry, where was,
Straw vote.
The straw vote there.
okay, sorry, how many commissioners support the green? Okay, 5-2, okay,
It was 5 for green and 2 for black.
okay, and then,
You could say support the green versus the black.
yeah, maybe that'll be clear, more clear.
That would be appropriate.
Great.
Something
Okay,
like that.
thanks.
Okay.
All right,
And then on item 6, same one, but the number 6 comment. We did have, a fair amount of discussion about this, but anyway, I think that it would be more accurate or helpful to say the commission appreciates the excellent, thorough presentation about the bike racks. It was not a broader discussion, and there was at least one commissioner who felt that there should be a broader discussion about, and not a narrow discussion about these types of elements, given it is in the EPV, and as, not to get into more about it, but that it was just narrowly focused only about replacement bike racks. And it wasn't about, let's say, neighborhood compatibility or, the appropriateness of those particular that were presented. And there was at least one commissioner who felt that a broader discussion would be appropriate.
Mr. Chair.
yes, Commissioner Lindvik.
The motion is to the item as it was identified on the agenda, which is simply bike racks.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'm
So-
just asking for
so-
that clarification that regarding bike
It doesn't
racks.
seem, and I did watch the presentation, so I do think we can add it without it being, going one way or the other. The commission appreciates the excellent thorough presentation on the bike racks.
Yeah. It was-
And I think that doesn't do anything either way in terms of adding stuff that, yeah,
That's appropriate, yeah.
that'll allow us to keep moving.
Okay. All right, well, that's all. I just.
Okay, great,
I
thank
think
you.
this is kind of an ongoing issue that we should probably talk about, but I'll leave it at that for now.
And then, any other edits to the minutes? All right, so with those edits, can we have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Dornan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Abstain?
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right. On to item C, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting September 11th, 2024.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Vice Chair House, second, thank you. All right, under discussion, any edits to those minutes?
That's right. It's the minutes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, Chair Grumbine. I have a question. One of the items was the 2050 Garden Street, wasn't it?
That's for,
Or is that for
today's discussion.
the 2050 Garden Street,
Yeah,
Crocker House,
yep. This is for the ones that we
did before?
did before as initial, initial ratification, and then these are the approval of the minutes.
It's
Yeah.
the new Confuse a Commissioner
Yes.
thing that they added.
What?
It's the Confuse a Commissioner.
The step,
thing that
they added a step just to make it more
Yes,
difficult. So
yes.
this is, so this is from from those that were ratified on September 11th at the full HLC. And then now it's approval of the minutes for that.
Yes. And then we also have it on our agenda for further discussion today.
No, the stuff from today is for September 25th. Today's, that's why it's
Well,
additional.
help me, there was a letter from the public about the 2050 Garden Street, so I didn't
So
know.
that,
will come
we'll
up
cover
when
in
we get
D.
to-
Indeed, okay,
Yeah,
thank you,
yeah.
thank you,
So
appreciate
this will
it.
just be the ones from September 11th, that were on the consent calendar, September 11th, and discussed during that time, but now we're.
It's good to
approval
have
of
this
minutes.
new streamlined approved process.
Okay, so any notes on the minutes for that? Okay, then can we have a roll call vote for the approval of the minutes from September 11th?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Abstain?
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes,
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye?
Motion passes.
Okay. All right, now we're going to item D, ratification of action taken on the consent calendar of September 25th, 2024. So that was
Motion
today.
to ratify the calendar.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Butler. All right, so now to staff, if you
Thank
can.
you, Chair Grumbine, and good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carly Ernest. I'm filling in for Ms. Rydell, who is out today, and I will read the actions that were taken on today's consent calendar. So item A, right-of-way 1450, it received project design approval and final approval with the project compatibility findings. Item B, right-of-way 1444, received project design approval and final approval with the condition that remove the left wing that cuts into the planter, and the project compatibility findings were made. Item C, right-of-way 1376, received project design approval and final approval with findings that the outer triangles be eliminated in order to preserve the historic tile in front of the theater. If this proves to be impossible, then the tinted concrete as presented would be acceptable, and the project compatibility findings were made. Item D, 2050 Garden Street, received project design approval and final approval with the project compatibility findings. And item E, 424 Bath Street, was continued indefinitely with comments. 1, the planting on the north side of the curb be moved as far as possible to widen the planting strip. 2, the trash containers need to be enclosed. Suggestion to swap the location of trash with the location of the bike storage. 3, the Trex material for the ramp railing is not acceptable. The railing should be painted wood. And 4, return with a landscape plan. Confirm if turf is allowed. Recommendation for low water plants.
All right, so now we have a motion and a second, so now under discussion. So any questions or discussion about those items? Now's the chance.
yeah, I just,
You're on.
I remember that we reviewed this, and then we got this letter that I was reading from the public, and so I was concerned, their issue was for the windows looking directly onto their property, which I guess we didn't really pick up on, or I don't recall us really talking about it. So I just wanted to see if we should revisit that at all, or are we concerned about it? And is this the time to do anything about it?
Well, I can tell you what the issues were and what our feelings were about it. Of the windows on the second floor, the small little one is the bathroom. So whoever's in the bathroom probably wants privacy as well, so I don't know that that's a big issue. The other two under the gable, or under the dormers, one of them is a bedroom window, so that's a required egress window. And the other one is in a kitchen, and they laid out the kitchen so the kitchen sink wasn't in front of that window. The neighbors felt that when their project was reviewed and approved by the ABR back in, I forget when, they were required to minimize or eliminate windows. That's the ABR. And it was suggested that perhaps they were closer to the property line, so it was more of an issue, so. And also, with more and more ADUs above garages being approved, this is going to be the reality. So
Okay.
that was the reason we gave it project design approval and final.
Okay, well, thank you. I just want to be sure that we are sensitive to and, hearing the concerns of the neighbors, and it sounds like you did a good job of doing that, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion? Questions? All right. So with that, we'll have a roll call vote then for ratification of the consent calendar.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes,
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. On to item E, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances, withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. All right.
Hey, so we have some really exciting news. We were, for the first time in over 12 years, we are going to do a comprehensive survey. We got a $40,000 grant from the state
right.
to do one. We are going to, this area has been on our radar to survey one day, and it's going to be the San Roque neighborhood. It's pretty vulnerable because it's single-family design board, so there are not as many triggers for it to come to discretionary review for CEQA review, and there's going to be even less with the new single-family design guidelines. So it's really important we identify the historic buildings up there. According to the Sanborn maps, over 130 buildings up there were constructed before 1931 Sanborn map. So there's some great English vernacular houses. There's some of the small house, the House Beautiful competition houses. There's some Spanish colonial revival houses up there. So getting those identified so that we can protect those, because they're pretty, I think because they're small, they're pretty vulnerable. So we're excited. We're going to get moving on that. Probably have the consultant underway by the new year, I think.
Great.
We're excited.
Awesome. All right. Any additional announcements, et cetera?
No other announcements, thank you.
Okay. Anyone? Okay. All right, on to item F, subcommittee reports. Any of our subcommittee meet and/or have anything to report?
Guess
Okay.
not.
All right, hearing none. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I need to leave at 5.
Okay.
And actually, I'd like to leave at 4 if that's possible, so.
I'd
see
like to
where we
leave
are.
at 3. So.
Well, we better get moving.
We gotta get moving.
Yeah.
Keep the charge going. Our last item is currently agendized for 4:30. Okay. All right, we'll do our best to keep everything rolling. All right, so we are on to item 1. This is and we are 2 minutes early, so let's keep that trend going. All right, so this is a new item for concept review, 340 East Los Olivos Street. This is located in the EPV, Part 2, and listed in the city's historic resources inventory. The Edwards Dole House was constructed in 1911 in the American Colonial Revival style. Proposal for as-built 209 square foot addition, landing, HVAC system, water heater, and door and window alterations on the existing 265 square foot detached ADU. Project includes a new pool, spa, and associated equipment. Request for a minor zoning exception from the HLC to allow an existing overheight hedge to remain at 12 feet tall near the property line. Project requires approval from the staff hearing officer for 2 zoning modifications to allow the as-built addition to the existing detached standard ADU to be constructed within the primary and secondary front setbacks, as well as a zoning modification to grant relief from front setbacks and standards to allow the proposed swimming pool to be located closer than 15 feet from the secondary front lot line. The proposed total of 6,600 square feet of development on a 13,500 square foot lot is 159% of the maximum required floor to area ratio. Project will partially abate violations of an enforcement code. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings and minor zoning alteration findings, minor zoning exception findings will be required for project design approval. All right, so welcome. And there was a historic structure site report as well. So welcome, and if you would introduce yourself for the record.
Hello, my name is.
Oh, there we go.
There
Sorry,
we go.
apologies for the interruption. Just
Oh,
if
yes,
I
please.
may provide brief staff
Sure, yes,
comments.
please.
Thank you, and sorry for the interruption. So Chair Grumbine, Commissioners, I'm Holly Garson, Assistant Planner with Planning and Zoning. You've read the project description, so we're here for initial conceptual comments today to hopefully then move on to the staff hearing officer if you all feel that is appropriate. Subsequent to that, the project will return to the HLC for project design approval and final approval, so you'll be seeing that again. And although you are not approving the minor zoning exception today, if you could provide comments in your motion as to whether or not you feel you may be supportive during project design approval for that. And please provide comments on the aesthetic appropriateness of the siting of the ADU and that pool. Lastly, the applicant will be returning to HLC at a later time to take care of the rest of the enforcement case to abate the violations that are open on the existing primary residence. So I'm here for questions if needed. Thank you.
All right, great.
Mr. Chair, I have a question, and it's just procedural. I want to make sure what's what. I noticed that there's a stop work order posted when I went by the site this morning. Does that affect our discussion here today? Is this an appropriate time, or is it, doesn't matter? We can discuss even with the stop work order.
Yeah, so Commissioner, there may be the stop work order posted. That's part of the grand enforcement case. So in order to abate that, the applicant is coming forward in a two-step, two-phase approach. So this is phase one. So they're not constructing currently.
Okay.
They're coming in to abate that now.
Thank you.
Oops. Okay. Any other questions before we begin? All right. So if you could introduce yourself again, and then you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation, and walk us through it.
Hello, my name is Brooke Van Dyne. I'm with Sherry and Associates Architects, and I will just walk you through phase one of this violation abatement project. We will be doing this project in two phases. The first phase consists of an as-built addition to the existing accessory dwelling unit. And so this is the property right here. This is the primary residence, and the existing ADU was over here. What the owners were issued a violation for is they had enclosed the covered patio as habitable space, and they had also added on a little bit more to the front of that ADU, and that is what we are seeking to get permitted. It will require two modifications because it is in the primary front setback and the secondary front setback along the Laguna Street side. And then this is the area of the new pool. And both the accessory dwelling unit and the pool are screened from street and public view by an existing 12-foot hedge along the Laguna Street side and also along the Los Olivos Street side. So it will not be visible from public view. And just to kind of give you an overview of what's coming in phase two of the abatement of the violations to clear up any questions that you might have. There were some alterations to the doors and windows of the primary residence. I went ahead and included those floor plans just so that you can see under phase two what doors and windows are going to be abated under the phase two application for the remaining violations. But this first phase will address all of the violations for the as-built addition to the accessory dwelling unit. And so here is the floor plan. The shaded portion here of the accessory dwelling unit is just the new addition to that ADU. And let me show you the elevations. So these are the existing or the last permitted elevations of that accessory dwelling unit. And these are the new. The new ADU will have siding to match the primary residence. And under phase 2, we will be painting the primary residence. And these are the colors: Benjamin Moore, Balboa Mist, and Dove White. So those will be the colors of the ADU as well. And we will be installing just a small bastillade on top of that shed roof over the new addition of that accessory dwelling unit. It's just decorative. It won't be a balcony or outdoor space, just for decoration to match the existing balconies that are on the primary residence. And one thing I wanted to bring to your attention, this was something that I discovered when I was doing my initial due diligence for the project when we were very first retained, is that the archive plans in the city showed that there was a remnant of a 2-foot by 8-foot aqueduct. And when I had visited the property, I realized that it was no longer there. There had been an accidental removal of that remnant, and I can show you some pictures. I wish I had these that I could put up on the screen for you, but I will pass these around so that you can see them. These photos were taken by David Stone, the archaeologist who prepared the archaeological letter report in 2014 when this project last went before HLC. And you can see that.
Oh, the one thing is I'm thinking with archaeology, we might not want to. It might be is that, well, maybe we had showed it last time and now it's gone.
Yeah, Chair, just to play it safe, let's go with your suggestion to keep
Yeah.
it confidential. Thank you.
Yeah, so for the public knowledge, the archaeology reports are normally not shown, so that we'll keep this one.
I just wanted you
Yeah.
to have a visual representation of, this is what the remnant of that aqueduct looked like when the current owner purchased the property. And as you can see, it just looks like an overgrown landscaped area with some miscellaneous stones. He did not know what it was. Like I said, it was accidentally removed, and we brought this to the attention of the planning department, and we have been working with them and also with David Stone, the archaeologist, in a way to mitigate or memorialize that aqueduct, which we will be including in this phase 1. As you can see, there is an existing brick walkway that goes around the edge of the primary residence. That brick walkway is lined with sandstone bricks. When I visited the site with Nicole Hernandez, she mentioned that she would like to see those sandstone bricks retained on the property. And so in working with David Stone, we came up with the option to memorialize this 2-foot by 8-foot portion of the aqueduct using those sandstone pavers to memorialize it with the natural sandstone that is already on the property. So we'll be reusing resources that were already there. And we will be providing a 5-foot no-build area. The archive plans in the city were showing a 12-foot no-build area running through this portion of the property to protect any remnants of that aqueduct in that area. In consulting with David Stone, he said that in 2014, 2015, when they prepared those plans showing the 12-foot no-build area, that was a misrepresentation of what he had previously put in his archaeological resource letter. They had measured 5 feet on either side of the aqueduct, and he clarified in this new letter that I just received yesterday, and I will be resubmitting before we come back so that you'll have a chance to review that. He specified that it only needs to be 5 foot on center of that aqueduct, so it minimizes that no-build area for the property. as well. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention that we have found a way to memorialize that aqueduct in its unfortunate removal. And that is phase 1.
Okay. All right, thank you. If that completes your presentation, we'll go to public comment.
All right, thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I haven't received any speaker slips for this item. And I'm not seeing any movement, so I'll go ahead and move to virtual public comment. If you wish to speak on Zoom at this time, you can raise your hand and we'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but we did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions. Vice Chair House.
Looking at the site plan, I can't tell that I can see setback lines, so I'm not really sure how much of the ADU is encroaching in primary or secondary front yards.
So this,
All the way.
the
that
dash
whole-
line
that
all the
whole
way.
line. Oh, okay.
So
didn't
partially,
think I went that far.
yeah, partially in the primary front setback and all the way in the secondary front
Okay.
setback.
And then the original ADU, was that purpose-built as an ADU and permitted, or was it an accessory structure that got remodeled as an ADU?
It was initially an accessory structure on the property, and it does not have the same historical merit that the primary residence building does. It was, I believe, an old wash house that was eventually permitted as an accessory dwelling unit.
And so at that time, it was possible to permit as an ADU even though it was entirely in the setback? I mean, normally an ADU wouldn't come to the HLC unless it requires staff
Correct.
hearing officer, but maybe it didn't require it because it was already existing, I don't know.
The previous 2014, 2015 permit that I mentioned, there was a submittal, and that was for the accessory dwelling unit where they also had to apply for modifications.
Oh, okay.
In the front and side setback, they also had to apply for an FAR modification because there were not only changes to the accessory dwelling unit, but addition to the primary residence. They were granted approval for the accessory dwelling unit modifications and then the FAR modifications as well to the
Okay.
property because it is a small property with not a lot of buildable area.
Yeah. And then, if I understand correctly, there was a covered porch that was part of the ADU and that got enclosed without permit, is that right?
That is correct.
And then what is proposed today includes an expansion to what was the covered porch area, so.
Yes, so this is the last permitted version. You can see the shed roof covered patio on the front, and let me zoom out. So you can see the side views of that covered patio and the as-built alterations.
So that extension off the covered patio, that's already been built without permit, or?
Correct.
Oh,
It was,
okay.
that was part of the violation, and the red tag that he mentioned is they were issued the violation in the middle of construction. So the windows have been installed, the walls have been built, they haven't been finished, they don't have the siding, the bastillade on the front of the accessory dwelling unit has not been constructed, but everything else, foundation, et cetera, has as-built.
So sort of tied to that, so the railings that you have there, can you show where on the existing house you're sort of quoting from or
Referring to.
referring to?
Sure.
Is it the ground floor railings, or there's some?
Let's see. So I think those are actually on the back side. We didn't prepare an elevation to the back side of the primary residence just because it was not part of our scope of work. When I come back, I can provide some photographs. We do have some aerial photographs where we can show that as well. And under phase 2, we will be addressing the as-built addition to the detached garage. And that as-built addition to the detached garage also includes an identical wooden bastille that was already constructed, and that is an as-built addition. So those elements will match throughout.
Okay. And this one has not been built yet, though?
That one has not been constructed, correct?
Okay. All right. Other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Chair?
Commissioner Jordan, then Commissioner Drury?
Okay.
what year did the present owner take ownership of the property? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I do not know, but I can get you the answer to that question.
My next question is, can this commission assume that from now on, the owner is aware of the historic significance, and we will not come up with, he's aware of the potential significance of old things within sight of the mission, and we won't have any more accidental?
Yes, the owner is aware of the historical elements now and is being fully cooperative in everything that we are trying to achieve going forward, and we have advised him accordingly.
That's it.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioner Drury? No. Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, thank you. So is the FAR of 159, is that including the Phase 2?
No. The Phase 2 FAR will be different than it is now. We were asked to include that as part of the letter of completeness. We were told that ADUs are exempt from that, but in Phase 2, we will be providing a new FAR to accommodate for that 85 square foot addition to the detached garage. So it'll be minimal for the 85 square feet on that.
So the ADU that we're looking at today, which is the previous version plus the enclosed violation that you're trying to get corrected, that all of the square footage for that is not incorporated into the 159% of the maximum required FAR.
Correct. So for Phase 2, when
You'll
we
have
are
another-
proposing the addition, then we will include that in a revised FAR.
So it'll go up a little bit from
Correct.
the
Yeah,
159.
85 square feet.
But the ADU will still not be included in that.
Correct.
Okay.
We were instructed that ADUs were exempt from that.
And
Chair, Commissioners, if I can add some clarification. So for planning purposes, the ADU is reflected within the FAR calculation that you're seeing in the agenda. It's exempt in terms of the permitting an ADU with an FAR that's over 100% wouldn't then trigger an additional FAR modification due to the ADU. So just adding that clarification. The square footage is reflected currently as on the agenda.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so rewind. So the 159 is reflective of everything that is built on the site, including the ADU, but not the addition to the garage, which will be the Phase 2 part.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And then also just additional point of clarification, I think I know the answer to this, but the 159, because 13,500 square feet is all the levels of, yeah, okay. So, not as a footprint itself, okay. Okay, other,
Yep.
yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I have a question. The existing house,
Can you actually flip to the elevations of it, too?
I'm curious as to what the material and the color are of the existing house windows. I don't find photographs in the application.
Do you have any photographs of existence?
So
To the applicant and Chair Grumbine, the photos are open. It's a separate document down there if the applicant would like to pull it up.
Yeah, that would be.
Oh, here we go. So the alterations to the doors and windows of the primary residence, that will be addressed in Phase 2, and we can provide additional photos and color swatches of those windows. These photos are mainly just site photos showing street views, but we can show some more up-close images for you when we present Phase 2.
The question was a test of your knowledge.
Yes.
What are the existing windows made of, and what is their color?
The existing windows are wood, and they have the decorative horns on the window frame. And they are the dark green that we so typically see in this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. If you wouldn't mind keeping on scrolling there.
Sure.
The rest.
And that looks like
All
that's
right.
the-
Feature, though.
The draping, yeah.
All right. Okay, any other questions? All right, why don't, and you don't have any picture of the, I don't think I saw, but maybe I was missing, of the garage that has the balustrade feature, the railing feature that you were talking about? You don't have a photograph of that?
Not under this one, and
Okay.
that'll be presented in the Phase 2 for
Okay.
that as-built edition.
Okay, that's as-built, but they're to be permitted.
Correct,
You got it.
yes.
Okay.
And that is why it is a partial, this submittal is a partial abatement of the violations. We had gotten permission from the enforcement case department so that we could split it up into permits. We got further verification that we could split it into 2 permits from the city attorney. So between the 2 phases, all violations will be abated and addressed.
Okay, so that was gonna be part of my other question is, so how, if this goes through, how do we make sure that the rest of the stuff keeps going? And it sounds like what you're saying is they split the project and they also split the violations. So there's, everything's still in violation.
So
baby.
one way
Yeah.
that we do have on our plans, not only the initial notice of violation, but also the amended notice of violation. So it will be on both the Phase 1 and the Phase
Perfect.
2 plans.
Okay, great. That answers that. All right, any other questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Ansberg?
One other question, Chair Grumbine, thank you. As we are, going through this whole ADU thing, and we've been looking at these prototypes and talking about, the location of them, and should they be in the front or in the side or in the back, and if they're in the back and they're not visible, then basically you can do any design you want, but if they are in the front or visible from the public right of way, then they're supposed to match, or, I think all of this is a little bit unclear. And then also, if you're more than 20 feet away from the primary residence, then that allows you certain other things. So I'm just wondering about this one. It appears to be on the side. It's not in the directly, well, it's on a corner. So how does that relate? And can you speak to that, since it's not in the back of the house?
Yes, ma'am. So let me go back to the site plan. So there is an existing 12-foot hedge along the property line on Los Olivos Street and also on Laguna Street. We are applying for the MZE to allow that over-height hedge at the street level. Although historically, that hedge has always been that tall, it has just never been approved for an MZE, so we're going through that now. So it will be fully screened from both Laguna Street and East Los Olivos Street. That includes screening for the accessory dwelling unit and the pool. Right now, when you drive by there, you can just kind of see the tippy top of that accessory dwelling unit, but the building itself and the pool will not be visible. You mentioned matching the primary residence. The original accessory dwelling unit, when you look at the last permitted elevations of that accessory dwelling unit, did not really match the primary residence, as it was an old wash house, didn't have quite the charisma and charm as the primary residence. with the elevations and alterations that we're adding or making to the accessory dwelling unit will make it look more cohesive and more complementary to the primary residence, giving it a facelift, if you will. And you mentioned the proximity to the primary residence as well. I do have an email from Nicole Hernandez, the city historian, saying because the ADU is not historic, the windows do not need to match the original historic windows of the primary residence.
Who's that from?
That was from Nicole Hernandez.
And actually, so to clarify some of the other, some of your questions, Commissioner Ensberg, about what our purview is or isn't and why and all those things. I think, as I understand it, if currently, if an ADU is on a historic property but not attached to it, and not within its setbacks or the front yard, these two front yard setbacks, and doesn't need a modification for it, then if it doesn't need modifications, then it can match the existing historic house in some way, shape, or form that can be staff approved, and it can stay basically out of our purview in terms of design review. If it needs modifications or has other certain conditions, then it might come to us for design review. And so in this case, I think it's because it's in the two front yard setbacks that it trips design review as part of that. So the general rule has been that as long as it matches the existing house and is detached and in the back, it gets by without. The ones that we're talking about in particular in terms of pre-approved ADUs, we're getting a crack at design review for it just for the sake of having better designed, but the city just has to have a program in place for pre-approved. So that's why we're reviewing them, even though they're detached in the back structures. And we can also, for those projects, we had the choice to limit it to being in the back, and we all agree that's just better to have it in the back as a granny flat. So that's where I think the dust is settling on all these things. So I think this is in our purview for design review because it's in the two setbacks and it needs modifications, and the staff hearing officer wants to know what we think. Yeah, Commissioner Lundberg.
I'm not sure I should take issue with Nicole's statement that the ADU's windows did not have to match the main house windows.
So I think on that, I had a similar sort of thought was they don't necessarily need to.
Okay.
I think that we can have design opinions about them and make those opinions and make those comments. That's within our purview. But she was just saying, I think she was saying, her comment is they don't by necessity have to match those. Okay. They don't have the lugs, double hung, all those things.
And I think she was just clarifying too that the accessory dwelling unit structure itself, it didn't, like I said, it didn't have the historic value that the primary residence did.
It's on the site of a historic
Correct.
structure, and therefore it has value. You said you're going to be bringing back some changes to the main residence.
Correct. Doors and windows
Yeah.
that were changed without permits.
And are you going to change out the windows as well?
So those were as-built changes. That was part of the violation, and they
Well-
were replaced with windows that,
Sorry, for clarification, you're talking about the main residence?
I'm talking about the main residence
two.
windows.
So I'd say for the discussion of there are two violations now. They're going to have to debate both of them. The part two, let's save that discussion for part two, but let's keep it on this one for now.
My only curiosity is that we have white windows now in the accessory dwelling unit.
Okay.
They don't match the green windows that are in the main residence. I may have read between the lines that it's maybe the intention to change the color of the windows in the main residence.
Okay, that makes sense as a question for
And
this.
I'm not sure that is something that would or wouldn't be allowed to a historic structure.
Gotcha.
So I'm just trying to determine, where the boundaries are, where the changes are occurring, and whether or not we are okay with white windows in the accessory structure.
Yeah,
I don't know.
okay, that's a good point. Can you pull up the photos?
and I
for
can
that?
address that question for you. So so I will, let's see. These two windows that are on the north elevation of the existing accessory dwelling unit, those two windows, for whatever reason, are both wood frame windows, green, that match the existing primary residence. Then when you look at the other windows that were permitted for the accessory dwelling unit were white aluminum windows on the other elevations, this side, for example. So they kept these two windows, they added new aluminum white windows, and because they permitted the white aluminum windows on the previous ADU application, it was done
To match.
to match.
Got it. So that window that we're looking at right there, that was the original permitted ADU when it was back in this design.
Correct.
And then the new doors and windows that are on the two sides
Correct. The new windows that were installed are white aluminum windows.
to match what was the original, what was the original ADU.
Correct.
Got it. Is everyone thoroughly?
Can I make it as clear as muddy water for you?
Okay, and then can you go to a photos, because they're now
Yes.
existing, but they're trying to permit them now that they're in construction,
So I believe the windows.
and then zoom into them.
Sure. My apologies for them only being partial images of the windows.
No, that's fine. Can you zoom into the sill of that?
Sure.
Supposedly, that's a touchscreen
Yeah, you can
laptop.
pinch it.
You can-
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
technology. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, so, all right, so then, and actually, can you go to the house? Well, actually, another question. How many of these, is this all stripped down, all the siding stripped off, and they're gonna waterproof the whole thing
On the ADU?
on the ADU?
Right, and so the main reason that they were wanting to split this up into two separate phases is because this is the state of the ADU to this day, when they got red flagged. So it is exposed to the elements, and they just wanted to
wrap
get
it
it
Can you
right.
zoom into that top image?
Of course. Whoops,
There you go.
there we go.
And can you zoom in more? So they're not stripping the whole thing, they still have siding and then shingles above on that.
And that siding was so destroyed, that will be new siding.
Okay, so the whole thing's gonna be
Correct.
and then on your drawings, I don't know that you're showing trim work around anything. Do you have
So
trim
these
work?
two windows, the existing windows, we are leaving those windows. So
Okay.
they will be remaining.
And then the other ones don't have trim
And you
work.
can see where they are
Oh,
on
got
the
it. You're
proposed
showing that,
elevation.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And they're
then-
shown as to remain.
And then, so then another question, I'm assuming that the main house has trim work and it probably has a fairly simple surround and then, yeah, can you zoom in on it maybe a little more? Has there been any thought about adding some sort of trim work, not as necessarily as fancy as this with that little header molding across the top, but having some of the side surround trim work to match?
We could include some of that.
Okay. All right.
Can we go back to the photos again?
Yeah.
Especially that last photo that we were looking at with the two little windows, yeah. It looks on that photo like that door is not centered under the window above, though on the elevations it is. Is that an optical
It's
illusion?
a window.
That's a window, not a door.
Okay, all right. But it
Window's not
is,
centered.
is it not centered?
No.
Okay, though on the elevations, your elevations, it shows it centered.
It wants to be centered.
It is very desirous.
It aspires to
It
be
is
centered.
showing that it is centered, and I can confirm that.
And then also, we're not seeing shingles in the gable there that we were seeing in the photograph. So is it your intent that that would still be shingles in the gable?
We were just proposing the siding, new siding.
So strip the whole thing and wrap the whole thing inside.
And then.
We can include the shingles if HLC, if the board would like us to do the shingles to match the primary residence in that corner. Let me go back to those photos. Like you mentioned, there under the eave, we can do that as well.
And do you have any photos from off-site that would show at least the ridge of that ADU building? So we have a sense of how visible it is?
So this is if you're standing at the corner of the Rose Garden, looking towards the primary residence and the accessory dwelling unit. This, just above the hedge line, that is the primary residence. You
Okay.
can't see the ADU from this elevation.
I was wondering if it was that little bit, but maybe not, yeah.
Yeah, that's the third floor of the primary
I mean,
residence.
from that other photograph, the ridge was clearly above the height of the hedge, but, so it doesn't seem very visible.
Okay, and so,
So,
any other questions before we go into comments?
Yes, please,
Okay,
thank you.
Commissioner Ansberg?
Okay, about the head, so it looks like in this picture we're looking at right here, there's a fence there, there's a wooden fence, is that right?
That's correct.
And is there going to be, does that go all the way around the pool and everything? How are you dealing with the pool? Are you going to put a fence all around?
Let me go to the site plan, and so here you can see
there it
this
is.
line right here is the existing wood fence. It also continues around the corner. There's a portion of that same wood fence on the Los Olivos side. There's an existing wood gate on the Los Olivos Street side. And then if you come down on this side of the accessory dwelling unit, that wood fence continues from this corner of the structure to the back of the property. Those wood fences are to remain and to be repaired where needed. There are some places where the wood is just damaged, old wood rot, but the whole fence itself does not need to be removed. So it will also, and it's on the inside of that 12-foot hedge. The 12-foot hedge, 6-foot high wood fence.
And the fence, for the enclosure of the pool required, is that going to come around and then go back to the house for the new pool?
No, it will just end here at the backside of the property.
And, okay,
So,
do then,
go ahead.
so, okay, well, I don't know if I won't get
So,
into that.
yeah,
But so about the hedging, how do we ensure that this living thing, this hedge, it remains there forever and ever?
We permit it. It didn't know it was in
Well,
violation. to
And
begin
also,
with.
just one other, this, of course, it's also fascinating because this particular property is not just a historic property, but it's, right there by the Mission. It's directly the most prominent house there on the corner opposite the Mission. So this would be like putting something right next to the courthouse or something. It has even more significance because of that proximity. So that's why there's even more scrutiny required, I think, but I
sorry.
don't know how much we can even do that, given the ADU, so this is,
Yeah, because so I would say on that, and just for the sake of keeping us moving here, the permitted ADU, the original permitted ADU is the tallest by far and is the thing visually from that, and that was already permitted legally. So I think what we're really need to make sure we're considering is the shed roof addition, which is going to be the lowest, and even at a 7-foot fence would be blocked. I think that before we go too far down that route, I think also making sure that we're attaching our comments to the shed roof addition especially, because that's the one that was not legally permitted. The other one was already.
I do see the point that you're trying to make with that hedge. I can guarantee you that the current owners are not going to get rid of it because they want more privacy. They get a lot of people, especially their proximity to the Mission and the Rose Garden, are getting people coming onto their property and taking pictures and just being very invasive. They want as much privacy as they can get. So I can guarantee you, they're not going to take it out. But if that is something that you were concerned about, an option that maybe we can consider when we go to the staff hearing officer is that a condition of approval is that that hedge is to remain. We do have to, part of that whole aqueduct mitigation and memorialization does require us to file a document to be filed in the county records for its protection in perpetuity. So maybe if that hedge is deemed by the Historic Landmark Commission as historically something that needs to be protected, maybe that gets included into that same language.
As a condition.
Could we see the elevations of the house again?
And I wanted to ask about the elevations. So is the shed roof portion, was there considered to put a window in that big blank wall that was added? And if so, why not?
You're talking about the elevations for the accessory dwelling unit?
Yes, so the ADU, that big blank wall on the
On the
bottom-
back?
Bottom right, the bottom right.
Bottom right, here.
There we
Oh,
go.
that is the kitchen. So,
And is there any way of even doing like something higher up, clear story or something in there?
right, so that's this wall here where built-in cabinets and the range.
Okay. All right.
Are we on to comments?
Yeah, I think let's roll
We
the
have-
comments.
We have 4 minutes.
Yep. Let's-
To get to the next one. In general, I understand and hear the frustration of the layers of complexity that you're trying to solve. I don't particularly have an issue with the ADU and its simplicity. I think simplicity is good. I wouldn't look for it to try and mimic the primary house. With that being said, picking up on the Vice Chair's comment about the shingles in the gable, I think the materials need to be returned to their prior permitted set, and that is shingles in the gable and horizontal siding. And I think the window treatment will require some kind of trim around the window in order for the siding detail to work. So there's going to be something there. It just can't hit the window. And to the degree that it's simple and clean, I think will be good. I'm not convinced that the little balustrade detail on top of the shed roof is necessary. It seems extra clutter and seems to muddle a nicely simple building, so I would suggest you leave it out. I don't know to what degree any protection can be done for the hedge, since the hedge technically is not a historic plant. It seems to me that we simply encourage, and of course the owners want the privacy, so they're going to make sure the thing grows and is trimmed. It just needs to be well maintained, I think, and it will continue to thrive as it will.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I have a comment on the request for the minor zoning exception, which I support. That's for Santa Barbara what amounts to a very busy intersection, so close to the mission. And there are literally tour buses going past that. So I think that the request for the 12-foot green privacy wall in this case is warranted, and I support it.
I do as well.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair House.
I don't have a problem with the encroachment in the primary and secondary front yard setbacks, especially since it's not an intensification of what was originally permitted. It's in increasing into the property. However, I feel that there's an opportunity in adding on to this ADU to make it look more like it would have been designed if you were starting from scratch, and referencing the house somewhat more. I think that with the shallowly sloping add-on and the railing, it just looks like mishmash that doesn't belong on this property, and it's just, if that were a new structure being presented, we would never have approved it. So I don't think that just because it's there and it was partially added on to before it got a stop work order, that we have to have some sympathy for that. I think it's just not appropriate, and it needs to be rethought to be an appropriate design and more respectful of the house. Doing certain things like, the window proportions are just totally wrong. They're big, huge windows compared to the rest of the house. I think they need to be, similar in proportions, have the same kind of molding, or slightly simpler if necessary, around the windows. The shingles in the gables, it might even be a matter of moving the ridge uphill, and so there's a even pitch on each side. I think I would prefer that, even if it raises it up above the hedge a little bit more. It would be a small increment. But, the main thing is I just don't think that it's approvable as presented.
May I ask a question on that
Sure.
point? So the question that raises, and I see what you're saying, but because it was previously approved as an accessory dwelling unit, and the previously approved condition of that ADU is thus, brings up the same design concept questions, that it doesn't really match the primary residence in terms of the roof pitch, the shed roof. So if it was previously approved under this condition, what then sets the parameters going forward if we're just making alterations to something that was already approved? Does that?
So
If it
Does
was
that make sense?
remaining as it is, I would have no problem with it because it was previously approved. But once they illegally enclosed the covered overhang and then are adding on to that, it's pretty much a new building, and it ought to be taken into consideration what it would have been if it were designed correctly.
So I'll jump in with a tied to it comment. The railing, for example, and it's, I don't know if other commissioners feel similar, but so far it has been. The railings, it doesn't make any sense as an element, and it's not on the house as an element. It's maybe on the house as railings to a porch, but if there is no access to there and there's no obvious building up there, there's no porch. So a railing on top of a shed roof is not really a decoration in this language. So that would be like right out of the gate. And then the enclosure of a porch, think of historically how you would enclose a porch as like a sleeping porch, or a lot of windows, or you would see the posts and they would infill. So if you are going to infill a shed roof like that as an element, the problem when you just have the siding just run across without any delineation or any other massing breakup is that it doesn't look like it has the same character. So the previously approved, while it has the basic overall same shape, the infill and the way it was infilled, so this is sort of very typical construction, traditional construction method, evenly, equal gable roof, and then shed a porch off. If you're going to infill that porch, it still needs to read in some way sensitive to that. So that's why I was also asking about the window, is that even a wall plane break and a window might, in my mind, might push it to the point of being acceptable as a design, as a basic design that we would have regularly, be okay with, or at least get a lot closer to something we'd be okay with. So it's tied to your comment, but it's also sort of, it might be a little bit more forgiving in terms of start over, or not. All right, Commissioner Lenvik?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. One of the things we have not questioned him on, but I certainly want to comment on, is they're proposing to cut off the gable end overhangs. And that destroys the character of this little building, and it takes it far, far away from the main house.
So just to
And
be
so-
clear, where are you?
On the drawings, I mean, they're claiming they're going to cut them off. And I don't find that acceptable. I would be able to accept aluminum white painted windows, provided other things are accomplished. But I think that overhang has to remain. The windows and doors, they got to be trimmed to match or get close to the main house. the siding on the addition has to match the main house, and that means the gabled end has to be shingled, and, no railings. I mean, I think those things are mandatory to be able to get this thing close to where it is, and would justify us suggesting that a modification of setbacks is appropriate.
Is that general how people are feeling?
Yes.
Okay, looking like a pretty good consensus. All right,
Just
Commissioner
one-
Ensberg?
I agree with what has been said and appreciate I was thinking about the overhangs also. And the other thing is, just how this, I don't understand why the windows are so long and why they do look like doors. And for something so small, it seems like,
And
I
we
see
did
that you're.
not design
No,
those.
no, I'm not,
Yeah.
I understand. but
Actually,
you're
they're
trying
not
to-
even necessarily built that way. Looking at the,
Yeah.
looking at the
And
existing.
maybe
They
some
may
could
have
stay,
figured that
but
out before they ordered them.
it just
Or at
seems
least the
that
backside
that's
maybe.
not helping the situation, because it's making it feel like I'm not exactly sure what what is this thing? Is it a little tiny house, or, but maybe quirky is, a good thing, I don't know, but
Sometimes.
I agree with what others have said, and I'm just was wanting to point out that all of those windows are
Actually, they are that.
matching, and they seem to be too long. They seem out of proportion to the,
Okay.
Anyway.
So, all right, so just to be able to move this along and to come to a consensus, so we're eventually going to have make, if this comes back, make project compatibility findings and minor zoning exception findings. So where, with these comments, and I can summarize the comments, but basically what Commissioner Lenvick was saying, and other various little pieces, would we be comfortable with those things being met? Would we be comfortable with the minor zoning exception findings? And obviously, even things like doors and windows and their adjustments and things like that, or adding some or reorienting certain things, could still be part of that conversation, and as long as we're making it clear to the applicant too. But it seems like the minor zoning alternation findings are about building in the setback, and as long as there are general mass, we could, in theory, be okay with, that could be a.
Chair Grumbine, I will put those on the screen if you'd like to review the findings before you decide.
Okay, and this is a pretty, just as
Here are
a
the
general thing,
findings
this
on
is a
the
pretty
screen.
big stretch, because the drawings don't reflect this, but it also, we might be able to clearly define it enough that it could be incorporated as they go forward, with the risk of, if they don't, and they come back, they might have to go around a lot, so, okay. Okay, so the minor zoning exceptions for the following findings are required.
And Chair Grumbine, the MZE minor zoning exception, this is specific to the hedge only, just for
Okay.
clarification there.
Okay, so for that, we have to grant detrimental to the use of enjoyment. Okay, so the hedge, I think, it seems like there were fairly good.
I don't think anybody has
Everyone's
a problem.
pro-hedge.
I don't have
here,
any issue with
right?
the hedge.
Okay, yeah, and
Yeah.
12 feet is fine for us, okay. So, all right, what other exceptions or other things will we have to make sure that before we?
Modification for the encroachment.
The setbacks.
So it's mostly appropriate size, mass, bulk, scale, compatible, and the comments, I think, will at least get it to the point where it's really close, right? I think there was some of the things of the doors and windows I think are going to be the biggest challenge, and maybe we have to have that discussion now before we give them false hopes if the comment's going to be
Mr.
replaced.
Chair?
Yeah.
When we get to number 4 on page 2, sensitivity to adjacent landmarks and historic resources, I can't make that finding, so, unless it makes major changes. What's that?
You can't make that finding as presented?
As presented,
Yeah.
for sure, and it needs to go
But-
a
I
long
agree.
way to get.
So
Very
I think
sensitive.
the critical one that seems like it's the most important probably for the applicant is changing doors and windows, right? So the comments that I have heard of negative comments in the doors and windows have been proportion, they're too tall.
alignment.
The alignment,
They're aluminum.
the aluminum, the type, and the lack of trim. I think that probably the lack of trim is doable as is, but the other ones would mean actually changing and/or drastically moving them. So it probably is best if we give clear decision and direction on that right now, who is comfortable with leaving them as they are with trimmed out differently, basically. But aside from that, they're bought and installed. So if we're not comfortable with what they are, and for example, for me, if the mullion was on the inside of in that laneway where they have them stuck on the inside and didn't read through, it would be a non-starter, and they have to replace them. As is, it might be, I might go either way, but I think this is an important part because we don't want to give them false hope that they can go through get the modification, then you come back and we say, no, change all the doors and windows, because we're not comfortable with them. So I think that's the question, one of the big questions.
Well, what about everything relates to everything. What about the overhang? Like when I'm looking
Well, I
at
think
this.
that we can clearly say. I think everyone's saying, no, you got to keep the overhang. So that's just part of an easily definable thing. I think one thing we haven't defined is we don't like the doors or windows, but will we make them actually tear them all out and change them to what different doors and windows were? What point are we comfortable with that? It seems like I got the other comments, so I'll just review real fast other comments. So materials, it sounds like everyone's saying shingle in the gable and siding all the way around. That's the way. That's good. The overhang, keep it, and if it's rotten or whatever, you rebuild it. But keep the overhang. Trim around the doors and windows should be simpler than the main house, but at least relate to it in some way. We haven't talked about the pool yet and the location, but I'm going to guess
That's a different
everyone's-
agendized
yeah.
item.
Okay, great. And then, let's see.
A little tough to move the pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And then, let's see. Oh, and then the other one other comment that I had was the big blank wall of the shed roof and wanting something there, a small window or something. But aside from that, those are seems like the main comments. And then the biggest one of all the factors seems like, at least from a cost perspective, would be whether we're saying we're comfortable enough with these existing installed doors and windows, or whether we will make them change them, or at least some of them.
Mr. Chair, I can
Yes.
make myself clear that I will not vote for this project with aluminum doors and windows.
Okay, so let's have a straw poll vote on that, because I think that's important for them to know right out of the gate. Okay. So,
What are we voting on?
whether if they keep the doors and windows as they are currently installed, without tearing them out and changing them, either size, type, whatever, whether we're comfortable, whether we would be comfortable if they change all the other things that we've talked about, whether we would be okay with it, with just the doors and windows in terms of the change. So
Aluminum.
with the aluminum, whatever they have installed, the stuff that's all installed right now, because there's also the wood ones from before. I don't know if any of the aluminum ones from the existing original ADU are still on here. Nope. Okay. So these are all new doors and windows of aluminum with a few old wood ones, 2 old wood ones left over. Okay. So that's the main question. Straw poll. Those who are okay with all the other things, keeping the installed doors and windows, raise your hand. I'm the lone one. Wow, gosh, I'm usually the mean one. Okay. All right, so on that straw poll vote, I think that's very clear. The doors and windows will need to change, and then in terms of both design, which is, I heard proportions, which I think makes total sense, be more related to the house, as well as type, which is not aluminum. It'll be probably either a clad wood window or an all-wood window to match the existing house, at least in the fact that it's wood, or something else, but probably those are probably your limitations.
And I would say that unfortunately, if the windows had been, the openings had been different and not so long.
Proportionally.
Then I might have been I would have been okay with the aluminum, but it's just, you add up those several things and then it's like.
Yeah, it got so far away. Okay, so that's good. We got clarity on that. So I think with that clarity, and I think from a modification standpoint, will the staff hearing officer want us weighing in on all the other things if the doors and windows proportion and type might change, and even location?
Chair Grumbine, Commissioners, it sounds like the commission wants to see this project return before moving on to the staff hearing officer so that they know if they have a viable project to return for project design approval. And just when you're formalizing your comments or continuing to do so. The pool, just size, bulk, and scale and siting of it is on the table right now as
Okay.
well. So please include a comment
okay.
regarding that.
All right, so let's talk about the pool for a moment.
So that's an as-built?
No, the pool has not been constructed
Okay.
yet. The requirement for the modification for the
It just
pool.
being in the
It's in the
side
front setback,
Okay.
and it's closer than 15 feet to the front property line, but again,
Yeah.
12-foot hedge.
But we don't have any design details on the pool, right?
No, but I think it's just for its location, is what they're for the staff hearing officer. So, so how is everyone, is everyone comfortable with it, the pool?
I don't have a problem with
Yeah.
that.
I think you can might zoom in.
I believe it's
14
18
by-
feet by 34, 35. Gosh, off the top of my head, I just have doors and windows
18
running
by
through my head right
34.
now. 18 by 34.
Do we want to go right into comments about it?
Yeah, let's just talk about it.
Okay, my feeling is, I'm just feeling like the whole lot is just like something, everything, there's just stuff everywhere, and I feel like it would be better, I don't mind the 34, but I think it could be narrower, and it might be more dramatic that way, so I would suggest a narrower pool, and the
Okay.
34 is okay.
All right, so,
And I don't have a problem with it being,
yeah, a pool in the setback is not the thing, it's what the proportions of it are, might want to be more narrow. Is that what you're?
and more, yeah, more space around it to, enjoy the pool, and something that looks a little bit more like, just not so filled up.
Okay, other comments?
I'm comfortable with it being in the setback, whatever shape it is.
Okay,
I'm comfortable with it being in the setback.
okay.
I agree.
I'm okay with that, but I think that narrowing it is a good idea because it just doesn't relate to anything on the site right now, and if it were centered on the guest house, it would just feel better.
It's centered on the valley of the shed roof.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
One thing we have ignored in this discussion is the garage, which is being moved in its entirety.
But that's phase two.
No,
isn't it?
No, so in 2014, 2015, there was an application to move the garage back from the setback.
yes.
It was initially at the street.
Yes.
That was already constructed. It has already been moved back
Oh,
and.
it's already done.
Correct. So under phase two, what we're addressing on phase two for the detached garage is this dark shaded portion right here, which is an 85 square foot as-built addition.
Okay.
Yeah, you clarified it, so.
All right, yeah, so nothing for now for us for the garage. Okay, so I think, so let me try, I'll summarize with that, with the, I'll also summarize with the pool comment, and I'm gonna say that it's, the commission can support it being in the front setback and with the suggestion of a size narrowing and having it relate to a piece in the property. Sound good?
Yes.
Everyone, on good? Okay, let me try summarizing and then we'll try to move on because we are behind. One item in. All right. So, okay, so.
apologies.
No, it's actually their fault. We're the problem.
My fault.
Okay, so, all right, so to summarize, so we have the question about the minor zoning exception for the hedge. So, well, the applicant, or sorry, first we want to thank the applicant for coming before us. You got red tags, so you didn't really have a choice, but we'll, we'll thank you because we thank the applicants in this case. So for the minor zone exception, there's general support, or actually, there's not just general, there's universal support for the hedge being 12 foot tall as a minor zoning exception. There is for the modification for the front yard setback for the pool, the commission is generally favorable of it with the comments of to look at narrowing the pool and finding an alignment within that local area. Let's see, I think as well, the commission is generally acceptable of the ADU addition, at least being inboard from the permitted ADU, and especially because it's adding inboard, just as a massing, the massing of it. The Commission does not feel that the railing as proposed above is acceptable and prefers a simpler design and eliminating the railing. As well, the shingles and the gable should be maintained. The eave overhang should be maintained. The rest of the building as siding is acceptable. The trim around windows and doors should be complementary to the main house and simpler than the main house, but complementary to it, wood trim. And then the doors and windows as proposed and as installed are not acceptable, as the proportions are not sensitive to the main house, overall proportions, as well as the material being aluminum sliders. So the direction on the doors and windows is to study the main house proportions of doors and windows and to make sure that it is sensitive to those, and while it may be simpler then. And similarly for doors, for the material, that they be either aluminum-clad wood or all wood to match the existing house, main house. And then, let's see, also, we were okay with it, the visibility, we had the photo to check. Talked about the railing, overhang. As well, the commission is in favor of the memorialization of the aqueduct, I'm assuming, and looks forward to seeing what that design is. And let's see, did I miss anything?
Mr. Chair, to your eave comment, would we include the rake as well? So the rake and eave line should be the same and not removed?
Good point, yep.
Mr. Chair, the pool equipment's not shown, and it should not be in the setback.
It is.
It is shown?
It is, and it is out of the setback. We did move that per comments from city staff. So here is the new spa out of both setbacks, and this light gray shaded portion right here, that is the pool equipment pad, also out of both front setbacks.
Okay, great. All right. Well, something's out of the setbacks in the project. All right. Okay, any other comments?
This does not require a motion, does it? Just comments?
There's a motion for indefinite continuance.
To come back to the Historic Landmarks Commission.
I'll move for indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second under discussion. All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Dornan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Got one done.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your time. I know that one was a doozy. Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, we're on to item 2, late, but we'll keep plowing. 1533 State Street, also referenced as 1529 State Street. This is part of El Pueblo Viejo. Proposal to construct a new 4-story mixed-use development comprised of 27 units, developed under the city's AUD, average unit size density, incentive program with an average unit size of 811 square feet. The first floor of the development includes a 450 square foot commercial space, parking, garage, residential office, residential lobby, residential yoga studio, and additional amenity space. The project also includes a basement level garage for the residential units, a bicycle storage room, and residential storage room. Staff hearing officer review and approval of modification for open yard is required. So no final appealable action will take place in this meeting. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. The project received a one-time pre-application consultation on March 29th, 2023. All right, so with that, welcome. If you would come forward.
Mr. Chair, I have
Yes.
some staff comments before we turn it over to the applicant.
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm Pilar Plummer, Associate Planner with the City of Santa Barbara Planning and Zoning Division. And as you summarized in the project description, this did come before the Historic Landmarks Commission as a one-time pre-application already. Since that time, it also went to the Planning Commission for concept review, and they were generally supportive of the project. One thing I do want to point out, because we'll be looking for your feedback on it today, is the potential waiver for story poles. At the Planning Commission meeting, a number of the commissioners noted that they would be supportive of other visual aids, but ultimately that is under the purview of the Historic Landmarks Commission, whether you want to waive that or not. One of the items that they suggested was video simulation. We do have one of those available for your review today, as well as potentially a solar study. Additionally, what we're looking for at this meeting is general feedback on the consistency with the findings you would be making at project design approval and supportability in terms of the aesthetics when it comes to an open yard modification. So this particular project does have a number of outdoor open yard spaces that do count. However, there is no area at the ground floor that currently meets it. So they're not allowed to use any areas that are dedicated to non-residential space. There's a commercial component of the project, so that area cannot be utilized for open yard, and no areas that are required for access and egress. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant. If you have any questions for me, I'll be here.
All right, great, thank you. All right, well, welcome. If you want to introduce yourselves for the record, and then you will have, and actually, I should read the minutes from the previous one-time pre-application. And
Chair
Yeah.
Grumman, I do have those minutes available if you would like to review them.
okay, yeah, I'll read those out, and then if you would introduce yourself, and you'll have 15 minutes to present. All right. Okay, so the commission's comments were, one, the commission thanks the applicant for good design in general, especially regarding the language of the building, and feels the design is going in a nice direction. Two, in general, the commission believes that 4 stories is too big for the site, given the neighborhood compatibility findings for mass, bulk, and scale. 3, simplify the overall design and look at the adjacent Edwards and Plunkett designs. 4, study removing areas such as amenity space to give more breathing room to neighbors on the south and west sides. Study reducing the floor-to-floor height to reduce the mass. Keep the unit counts when reducing the mass. That was another comment. Conduct solar studies and study how the building will cast shadows and affect neighbors. Push back the garage openings on Arriaga Street. Restudy the visibility triangles. Create 3D designs that include the neighborhood buildings and their windows and spaces to help demonstrate how the design is sensitive to existing neighbors. Study sinking the building into the ground to be more aligned with the lower portion of State Street. The commission would like to see story poles. Return with streetscape elevations that show the adjacent buildings with accurate height on Arriaga Street and the State Street and from Valerio and Mitchell-Trena. Landscape design is going in the right direction, and study designing the Cantwell portion of the building so that it is visible from the street and has its own character. All right, and those were the summary comments. So, all right, with that, if you would, introduce yourselves and then talk us through what you have changed and how you have addressed the comments that we made.
Members of the commission.
There we go.
Oops.
Good.
Members of the commission, I'm Jay Platter, partner with HBA Architects. I'm here with Carl Benkert and some of our staff today, and Courtney J. Miller is our landscape architect. So we're here to present the project to you. I want to open by saying that we felt the preliminary session we had with this commission was extremely both meaningful and also helpful. As a matter of fact, we actually revised the design and were able to show the Planning Commission some of the revisions that we feel were a direct result of some of the suggestions that this commission had made. In general, I'll focus on some of the big picture items and I'll walk through. At that hearing, and I believe it might have been you, Commissioner Grumman, at the end, I don't think it's in the meeting minutes, the notion came up was, what if we were able to sort of have a little bit of a transitional approach to the design where more mass was on State Street, if you remember, and maybe downplay the mass as it transitions down the street. And while that's not necessarily in the meeting minutes, that resonated with us. We thought that was a really, really good suggestion because it almost allowed, almost like 2 buildings in a way. One that's more has a larger presence on State Street and one that's more closer to the residents. So what we have done is, and we'll show you some exhibits, is we literally now have only a 3-story building on the side that's closest to the residential neighbor along Arriaga Street, and we're able to shift more of the mass to State Street. And I don't have the exact statistics, but it's a meaningful adjustment in the reduction, a significant reduction in the amount of 4-story presence. As far as, the design, I think at the time, the impression I got from this commission was maybe we were trying to be too much to too many styles. So we've tried to simplify it. We did study some of the simpler buildings and lots of the, what I would say might have been considered excessive curly cues and dome tile roofs. I think we've made great strides to quiet this down. You could also see we've emphasized a separate entrance to the Cantwell's Market and along State Street. We did simplify, but we think it's really nice along State Street. We still have a covered arcade that's going to serve as casual outdoor dining for people grabbing a sandwich at Cantwell's. It's not a full restaurant, but right now there's sort of a blank wall there. Actually windows are filled in, So we feel that, I know there's a lot of concern, with impacts of homeless and intrusions and things. Working with Courtney, we've maintained an extension of that existing stone wall, and we're using what I would call a more passive approach to privacy and security. So those will be the outdoor dining there. As you can see, we simplified. We had some curly cues, and I actually like this simpler approach, so I do appreciate the comments, that HLC gave us in the initial meeting. In terms of our neighbors, and I know some of them are here, and I don't think I'll ever 100% make every neighbor happy, but we have tried to address some of their concerns. The setbacks that are closest to the existing building as you come down Arriaga Street, previously we had mainly a 4-story portion with a 3rd-story outdoor terrace. That outdoor terrace is gone, so it won't intrude on them. And we've increased the setbacks significantly. The setbacks to the 3rd and 4th floors along that property line previously ranged from 4 feet to 5 feet to 6 feet. Now the setbacks to that only 3rd floor, there's no more 4th floor, is 18'6" at a narrow point. Primarily it's 11'10" and 11 foot. So it's around, average of 13 feet. So
Can you
we've,
hover over that in plan? Just so we're
sure.
Zoom in. Just kind of show,
Oh,
maybe like in site plan form or something, showing where how you're, yeah.
all righty. So there.
There we go.
So that shows it. So previously, to our property line, we were averaging pretty much 4 to 5 feet. Now, commissioners, we are averaging closer to, 13 feet. And in fairness, it's sort of equally divided. So let's say an average of 13 feet. So when you go from 4 feet to 13 feet, I feel that's a meaningful effort on our part, considering we are dealing with a tight volume on this site. We also did increase some of the setbacks, along the backside, but primarily these are areas where I think the neighbors objected. We had a number of balconies there, and there was a major rooftop terrace that the concern was, well, is that use going to create noise and, privacy issues? So we really made a real effort for that. I like the fact that now when you look at the Arriaga Street elevation, we're bringing some air and light right through into the courtyards. Before it was landlocked. By separating the buildings, it actually let some a nice intrusion of light and air to come into the project. Once again, if we go to the 3D view at the corner, I know that we wanted to have a distinctive entrance, so we do have a distinctive entrance for the Cantwell's Market. We haven't worked out details of signage and things like that, but I think you'll find that it's a nice entrance to the Cantwell Market. And we actually, one comment we had on the massing was the corner element, which we wanted to read more like a freestanding element, was right abutting the building. Now we create it like a niche. So while it does have to connect for practical purposes, it starts to read more like a separate element on the corner and relates to that corner plaza, I think. So that's another, and once again, it's funny, at the end of the meeting, as always, there was some informal discussion. So hopefully that's all right that, I refer to those, because I felt they were given in earnest as good suggestions. There is a separate entrance on Arriaga Street, so the residential building does have its own little courtyard entrance. And then you could see we have the stairs that we will work out in terms of details. And I think we want to keep it lightweight. I do like, what I see in a lot of buildings where it's more using steel, steel forms and tile on the underside. We don't want to get too heavy, but we did have a little more substantial stair just going up to the second floor. And we're open to your suggestions on all these. We did pull back the driveway entrance. That was one of the comments we heard here. So it's pulled back now, and we totally comply with the visibility triangle, and it pulls that entrance further back from the street. Once again, we've tried to simplify the windows, simplify the balconies. We're really open to your comments here. We look at it more like a collaborative thing. We're here to listen and get, feedback, and where we agree, of course, we'll implement those. Here's the floor plan that it shows the Cantwell Market. You can see the outdoor arcade. There is a landscape strip, as I mentioned, and Courtney can talk about that. Because the street slopes, we're extending that stone wall. We'll match it to get some landscaping in front of it, but we don't want to block all the visibility. We just want to have some type of demarcation there. Ground floor does have amenities, mainly for, the residence uses. The parking is all within the building and underground, and we've worked out also, the trash storage within the garage, so it can be easily wheeled out to the street. As far as the transformer goes, we've located a good location, which is, somewhat dependent on where the power is coming from, and that sort of has landscaping around it. I'm trying to think of other things. I guess we could look at some more of the 3D views. By the way, we did commission a firm that does very accurate 3D visuals, and we came up State Street, back down State Street, Arriaga Street, so we could see how this building sits within the neighborhood. This is all like a C2 zone. It is part of the higher density, average unit density program. We are not personally working on other projects, but I would not be surprised that this commission is going to see other projects within this district based on the city's, need and the push to see, some meaningful housing within this neighborhood. I think, is this exhibit, Carl, this is showing the new and old or just the new? Yeah, this is all the new. These are some 3D views of it, and I think the street views show a good view of it there. So the other thing we did is we really quieted down the elevator tower. We did take the opportunity to go to the rooftop terrace, because I know that our neighbors across the street at the hotel, and I believe that when we took photographs from that while you'll see this building, it's mainly blocking only maybe the view of the building behind us. As far as a 360 panoramic view, I don't think this has any negative impact in terms of the usability for the guests who are using that rooftop terrace. What's that? Oh, yeah, we had some exhibits that...
We can put it on
To
City
the
TV.
applicant, there is an additional document that's open. If you can switch back to the laptop. If you toggle over the Adobe symbol at the bottom
And
there.
I want to allow Courtney you time. I don't want to take up your time to talk about landscaping.
That's Juliet. She's one of our superstars.
All right. So anyway, we'll just show some exhibits we prepared. This is an exhibit I think that's really pretty meaningful, because it sort of shows how we've sort of bifurcated the building. And also what we did get rid of, we got rid of the rooftop terraces. While we thought that was nice, I can understand as a neighbor, I would be concerned, because it's very hard to regulate, especially in a rental, project, use of those things. There's the old down below, and then you could see we've quieted it down there. We gave up that rooftop terrace on State Street to put more mass on State Street. And while that would have been a really cool amenity, I think it's more meaningful and beneficial to get lower the building on the Arriaga as it goes up Arriaga Street. So that was a compromise we felt was a good compromise. And once again, I think it was one of the informal discussions at the end of our last, work session. Once again, here's some old and new. Sort of shows we have quieted down the building. We got rid of some of the overly articulated stuff. I agree. I think we were trying too hard to be too much, in that first pass through, and we're open to more suggestions from your commission. And these are the elevations. Once again, the old and the new. So you could sort of see that the bulk of mass on the August Street, I think, is is much improved with the new design. And then these are, once again, just the floor plans showing the old, where you can see all along the neighbor side within 4 or 5 feet of the property line. That was mainly 4 stories and some rooftop terraces. Now in the new design, it's set back much further and it maxes out at 3 stories. So I think that I really am trying to focus on the changes we made. Certainly we're here, for questions, but I'd like to let, Courtney can talk a little bit about the landscape design. I'll switch.
Okay. So as Jay mentioned, I think largely what we've done with our design is just mostly reduced the quantity and the size of the terraces on the building. The ground level didn't change much. And I think, we're still trying to work out the details of this corner element. I think there were definitely some comments related to that at the last meeting, which we're taking to heart. But one thing I'll mention is Public Works, as predicted, is not excited about the brick in the right-of-way, so that's something that might be going away. And we're working through that with staff right now. Along the south side here, we still are planning to have, a planted buffer there and some tall, narrow species that will help, this building's adjacency to the neighbor. Second floor terrace has changed quite a bit, as you saw in the architectural plans. Previously, it was sort of more of an east-west configuration. And so, the goal with the terraces now is to keep them quieter. We no longer have the 4th floor terrace, which had like barbecue and, more of a community, sort of amenity. And so here, we just have a low planter in the middle, which would actually be hopefully a really neat detail, something like that. Collection of pots, just with a low curb. And then we just have kind of passive seating and some privacy around the private patios there. And let's see if I can do this. And then we just have this small kind of compact terrace on the 4th floor, which is very different from what it was before. We're calling this our mindful garden. Just quiet space to sit and, read or maybe do yoga. And I think that's about it for me. Look forward to your questions or comments.
Yeah, there's one thing here. I mean, if you go back to your last slide, Courtney, I do want to point out that we did eliminate the 4th floor mass in that area where Courtney was showing that small terrace. So in addition to having, that's all 3 stories on the left, where it was previously 4 stories where that terrace is, we've notched the building there, and also there's a little private terrace just to the right of that. So we've pulled the 4-story mass as best we could. We are dealing with certain constraints and limitations, so we pulled that back too.
Yep, gotcha. Okay, so does that complete your presentation? Oh yeah, do you have a video?
There's a video.
Yes, we do.
Is it here?
And to the applicant, we'll just be playing it on the staff computer. Yeah.
Okay.
We can slow it down. This car may be speeding, but.
Here comes the illegal U-turn.
This wasn't a Google car, Steve. Legally.
On the wrong side of the road.
I don't want to get a ticket as I leave here. I met with Tom Meany and he was showing me the video he had used, so we saw that it was a good insight talking to him. I think this really shows a nice transition too, as it's stepping down along the street there.
All right, great, thank you.
All right.
So does that complete your presentation?
That completes our
All right.
presentation.
Great, thank you. All right.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes.
Excuse me,
Yes,
before we go away from the video, do you have one, I noticed on this one side, you show from State Street looking down through the slot between the two buildings. Do you have that same kind of a view on the Arriaga Street between the adjacent building and the proposed building?
I think the video did,
I didn't see it, maybe if you could,
it did go through there, I guess we could.
Yeah, you want to try,
I'd like to
let's
be
try
able
to
to
play and pause, or fast
see
forward and
the-
pause it?
Yeah.
Is there,
I believe you said from Arriaga.
yeah, from Arriaga, at the point where it.
you're saying go back
adjacent-
the other way?
Yeah.
Where it's adjacent to the, adjacent to the next door.
So we may want to.
And then you want to pause it here?
A little further, I think. A little further.
Yeah, right there.
Oh,
Oops.
I don't know if coming.
Does that give you,
But we
they were watching where they're
can
driving.
extrapolate something. I think we can extrapolate that view from the video.
Yeah, it's really an important
Yeah,
view,
we
so
can do
if we
that,
can, yeah,
Commissioner Amber.
thank you.
Okay. All right, any other? Okay. All right, let's go to public comment then.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I do have 3 speaker slips, so I'll go ahead and start with Annika Dahlin. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Mr. Chair, could I ask the staff
Yes.
a question?
Sure.
This was before the Planning Commission. For what reason?
Through the chair, Commissioner Lundvik, it's required for an AUD conceptual review based on the lot size and location in the city. So just for comments only, yeah.
So it won't be returning to the...
It will not be returning to the Planning Commission, that's correct.
All right. So you'll have 2 minutes to. Yes, please introduce yourself and then go for it.
I'm Annika Dahlin, and I own 2 East. 2 East, 8 East, and 6 East Arriaga. And I received the notification last week, so I'm a little late to the party. And when I did receive it, I immediately called my tenants because I was very concerned about a development, how it would affect them. And Bill's Copy Shop just recently underwent 2 years of massive disruption, and they survived through it. And so anyway, and then when I emailed Pilar to see the rendering, I was shocked. And what I really want to express to this group is that, these developments, I live in LA, and I can't explain that, but I see so many property line to property line developments going in at 4 stories, and they do not benefit the neighborhood. And so my concern, and I guess this is your job, is to make sure that this project fits into the neighborhood context. And when I watched that video of the project, it seemed like they were whitewashing the neighborhood. I own a Plunkett building, and I was looking for my little building, at 6 East Arriaga, and it wasn't there. And all I saw was this extremely large development going in. And you're talking a lot about green space, but what I see here at State and Arriaga, 1533 Arriaga, or State Street, is just property line to property line. Massive building. So thank you for letting me speak my opinion.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Kirsten Corset. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Corson. I own unit number 2 at 15 West Arriaga Street. And you've made progress on this building, but still, I think you have to bear in mind that this lot that we're talking about is really very small. And you're trying to put a 4-story and a 3-story building on there. I mean, it's just totally out of proportion to the amount of ground that you have. I would respectfully ask that you put up the story poles and anything else you have that will indicate the bulk of this building. It's just totally out of proportion to the neighborhood. And I'm looking at the kind of skyline of what you've got now, and it's still massive, and it looks like you've got the 4-story unit is towing the 3-story unit. I mean, I didn't find that particularly appealing. But basically, it's just too much for a small residential neighborhood. Totally out of sync with what's already there. And I know, you know, progress is inevitable, but let's try and bring it into proportion. Thank you.
Up next, we have Suzanne Cotton. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you for all of your work. My name's Suzanne Cohen. I'm actually the president of the Homeowners Association for the property that basically surrounds this property. We're an L-shaped lot that comes out on Arriaga and goes up to State Street. It's commercial owners and residential owners, some condominiums there, and we've obviously been participating in this process throughout it. And, you know, from the start, I've been, I think, at every meeting that's happened. One thing that I've noticed is that the feedback seems to consistently be from both you and from Planning Commission to make this into a 3-story project instead of a 4-story project. And I have also heard that from members of the public. We would prefer to see a 3-story project instead of a 4-story project. And it continues to come forth as a 4-story project over and over again. I realize that they've lowered a portion of it, but the vast majority of the project continues to be 4-story. So I don't know how that feedback gets enacted, or you know, if it just can be ignored completely by the people that are putting it together. But I would really ask that continue, that we continue to give that feedback, that this be a 3-story project, which would be more, you know, more in line with what we're seeing in this neighborhood. Most of the property is 2 to 3 story, and this is going to be a big project. We understand we need housing. We understand that we need to build, but could we like dial the knob instead of turning like the volume all the way up? That's kind of what we would like to see. So thank you again for all of your work. I appreciate Jay, I appreciate Pradeep and Pranav and their ability to listen to us. This is part of the process, and you know, I've been here a long time in Santa Barbara, and I don't think we would have seen anything like this about 10 years ago. So we understand we've come a long way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Patty Fick. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, Board. Thank you for giving me time to speak to you today and be involved and represent the neighborhood. I am Patty Fickey, and I live in the adjacent Arriaga building. I think we were trying to figure out maybe 30 years now. I do understand progress. I am mirroring Suzanne's comments to a large scale. I know we need housing. I know we need progress. I know something's going to come. I just don't feel that this is the right project for that neighborhood. And I want to speak to even the mass of parking, light. It doesn't really have a lot of green space. It's got tall, skinny plants rendered because that's what fits in the space that's there. And light, light for the entire neighborhood, light for that street. You're going to come up Arriaga from Chapala, and it's just going to be a shadowed experience, one that we've never had. That all combined with the fact that the actual light coming into our building, for me, it would be 100% gone. So that no solar access, I find, makes this, and the solar impact of this on that neighborhood is not measurable. I, too, request very much story polls. I think story polls are going to show a lot to everybody, and I think that this would be a lot fuller response from the community if you had story polls, because I don't think a lot of people know what's even happening, as it doesn't pertain to them so closely. But if there were story polls, I think that they would be, oh, really? So, thank you again. I appreciate your time.
All right,
And what you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
At this time, I haven't received any further speaker slips. And I'm not seeing any movement, so I'll go ahead and move to virtual public comment. We do have one hand raised for Alejandro Perez, so I'm going to go ahead and give you permission to speak, and you'll just have to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alejandro Perez. I'm a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in the local area and live, work, and recreate in the vicinity of the project. I believe that I'll be impacted by the project and the environmental impacts of the project. The city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally, pay a prevailing wage, and utilize apprentices from state-certified apprenticeship training programs. Workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. In a recent 2020 report titled Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030, the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upscaling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. The South Coast Air Quality Management District recently found that local hire requirements can result in air pollutant reductions. And finally, recently, the state of California reiterated its commitment towards encouraging workforce development and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing and High Roads Job Act of 2022, otherwise known as the Assembly Bill number 2011, which requires projects pay workers a prevailing wage and hire from state-certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain siting, affordability, and development standards. And that's all I got for today. Thank you, Commissioners, and to the public and the applicants. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm not seeing any further hands raised, but we did receive 14 letters of written correspondence for this item, and with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions. And so, and actually just as the note of what this is for, so it's here for no final appealable action, so project compatibility findings will be required. And so, yeah, so let's start with questions.
In the video, the motion video, were those windows depicted accurately? They look very flat to the facade, like there's almost zero setback.
Okay, so why don't we play through some? Let's get to it, but go ahead.
The windows on our proposed building, I'd have to check that. No, our windows are definitely going to be recessed with deep shadow lines, so I will go back and look at that, but certainly, we're going to provide details. We're not going to have, absolutely, I would be embarrassed to bring flat windows to this commission, so they'll have a deep recess and a more traditional deep set, within the building facade.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
So how does the building as presented, the State Street corner at Arriaga, how does it compare to the El Prado in terms of height?
Do you have an elevation of that? A street elevation or anything?
Let's see.
In the video you have stuff, but
Model pictures.
Yeah, I mean, Our building is taller than the El Prado at the corner there, but as the El Prado steps up State Street, you know, they built a rooftop amenity that's actually equal or even a little taller than us. But at the corner, we are definitely a little taller than them. And I don't know if we can pull that up, Carl, or I don't know if we have that exact exhibit, but I can get you that information, Commissioner.
I think it would be instructive to know how they compare.
Right.
That's all for the moment. Thank you. Oh, I do have another question, sorry.
Go for it.
Did the planning commission actually recommend, or was there an opinion presented at the planning commission recommending 3 stories?
Through the chair, Commissioner Drury, so how it worked at Planning Commission is they all summarized their individual comments. I could just give you some examples. Unfortunately, I don't have the full minutes. We might be able to pull that up for you. But overall, appreciate the design of the building. The applicant should try to eliminate as much of the 4th story as possible. Another commissioner, Wiscombe, said 23% is 4 stories and 40% is 3 stories, and that's going in the right direction. Another commissioner commented the project will be a 3-story building to a 4-story building. It seems like a natural progression in height along State Street. So those were some comments.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Butler. And then
if you
Commissioner
had to
Hansberg.
revert to a 3-story versus 4-story, what would that do to the number of units or the unit size or both?
No, we would have to reduce the number of units if we weren't there. I mean, we have really worked hard to sculpt this and eliminate spaces, but no, we would, I think we'd have to reduce the units, and I'm not sure if the project would even be able to move forward. It's not, you know, the 27 units, considering the cost of the underground parking and all of the site work it's borderline at best. So no, we would have to reduce units and probably, I'm not sure if we'd be back with the project. I also want to add, I remember one of the planning commissioners was, and I'm not sure if it's in the comments, was asking why aren't we using state density bonus law to go more units and bigger? So we got one of them was saying, and we sort of told them, no, we want to do what we feel is reasonable. You know, we're not looking to come here and say, hey, with state density bonus, we could put a few more affordable and get an extra 11 feet and more units. Where my client really, you know, he's lived in the neighborhood. He wants something that, you know, we feel comfortable is a reasonable approach. But to answer your question, we would have to lose units, you know.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Yeah, just a couple questions. How many parking is in this? How many parking spaces?
Yeah, there's 27 spaces, you know, for the residential and 9 spaces for the commercial. So that's per the zoning requirements.
okay.
We're not asking for any.
Thank you. The other part that I'd really like to understand better, of course, the big issue is the relationship between this L-shaped building that you are inside of at the corner. So, you know, the impact to
Do you have some aerial
the
3D?
wraparound. Yeah, I'd like to understand better, and I don't know if you have any, that's why I was asking for that view from Arriaga looking down through there, and also whether or not you've done any studies or renderings of being in those spaces. And I know you're, if I heard correctly, I think you're you have a modification for your open space. So this is kind of critical about where do you put your open space and how can you help to mitigate, and I appreciate that you've, you know, lowered the building down in the back there as an attempt to try to mitigate that, but what else can you do and with your open space, and how can you help to give more relief to your neighbors?
Yeah, and I might add, I believe one of the reasons we need the modification is some of our ground floor open space is part of the egress path, so technically under the code, because it's also doubling up for egress, we had to deduct that. So it wasn't as
Right.
pure.
Well, maybe it is more open than it actually technically
Yeah.
is allowed, but could you just kind of show us a little bit better so that we can understand how that works between the two, the neighbors to the west and also to the south?
Put up your architectural drawing A31, which is the
Alrighty.
exterior elevations.
All right, Commissioner Lindsay, we'll do that. Yeah, this,
No,
oh, 3-point.
there, right there. I think the thing that we are forgetting, and I'm not advocating for this project, but the building is 3-story on where it adjoins the other building on Arriaga Street.
Right. On this,
We got to keep that in mind. And he's responded to our request to put the mass of his building on the corner of State and Arriaga. And that was a comment we had originally, if I recall. So I just think, we talk about a 4-story building, and I hear the neighbors' concern about 4-story building, but if I read this correctly, where several of the neighbors' speakers were living, they're living next to a 3-story building, which is what they have. No, okay. Fine.
also, is it accurate? I'm not sure. The building, the neighbor's building is a L shape. It goes from State and it goes back and then it comes over to Arriaga,
Can we see that inside
right?
as well?
Yeah, it is
So
an
are
L-shaped
those,
building.
are those condos, they're commercial below and condos above all around on both sides? Is that true?
I believe, and I believe that's commercial on the lower 2 floors, and then there's residential on the upper floor, but I don't want to misspeak.
If you want, if we can come to the microphone, please, so we can get
I
some
think
clarity.
Suzanne is the head of she can explain it. She's been,
Right, so the reason I'm asking that is because obviously the third floor, the building with the 3 floors definitely improves the situation for the west side, but there's also the south side towards State Street that also is impacted, and that is still 4 floors.
No, we did actually, I want to point out that
Okay.
actually it's 3 stories, and then there's the open courtyard, and we pulled
Can you
back.
can you
Yeah,
circle around where that is?
Yeah, we pulled back, maybe we should go to the upper, maybe in the landscape plan might be the best, because it clearly shows what's going on there.
The plan you have right there now,
So
It's-
that
it-
plan
ex-
shows that you
explain
can
it.
see,
Zooms
you
in.
can see it's 3 stories. Carl, maybe you could use the pointer. It's 3 stories, on the left there, that's all 3 stories. We removed the 4th floor, you could see, then you have the open courtyard between the 2 buildings.
Right.
That upper terrace is 3-story portion. We notched out the 4th floor there, and we even pulled back, you can see this little private terrace. So really, we've gone
Can you
to
point to
great
that with
extent.
your,
Can
with
you
your
circle it
cursor,
with the cursor when you're
please?
talking? So can you, show us a 3-story building with the cursor, there. Then you're saying you have a courtyard in the middle there that you
Yeah.
opened up. And then you're saying the terrace is a 3rd-floor terrace, so
Right.
there's no roof on that.
No
so it's
roof on that.
Actually, almost a 2-story element, but with 3-story overlook.
Right.
And then
And then on the corner, we pulled back.
that corner, that terrace is private, and it's on the 3rd floor?
It's a 4th floor, but there's
It's on
no
the
roof
4th
above it.
floor with no roof above as an
Yeah,
overlook.
and just a minimal parapet height, but we did put tile to soften it.
And
there.
then where's the 4th floor terrace, or not terrace, but 4th, so that 4th floor,
With no more 4th floor
that's
terrace.
4th floor roof, got it.
Yeah, we got rid of the 4th floor terraces.
Okay.
And so, to add to the, oh wait, please go back to
This
where
is
you.
a good view here, I think.
Right,
that
so then
shows
you
it.
have this wall on the property line.
Right, that's where
So-
the parking and the Cantwells is. Mainly it's parking, and that's where Courtney can go through the landscaping. I have to say, right now, the Cantwells building is right on that property line, and I think it's like 12 feet tall with all types of gook and mechanical stuff and it's not, I think this will be a big improvement of what's going on between the 2 buildings at the ground level. I'm very confident.
So the part
So the-
that is lime green here,
That's just
that is the,
landscaping.
that's the
That's the
neighbor.
landscape buffer
Of
on
the
our
neighbor.
property.
That's on,
theirs.
that
That's
is
on our
yours.
property.
So you have, and how wide is that?
That varies. I can tell you, I believe it varies from like 11 feet to 5 feet and 6 feet on that back side. On the other side, it's I believe it's 7 feet to that wall, and that's
then-
only the 1-story
and then-
portion. Then we push back to
Right,
13.
so-
One second, but just for clarity on that, was that the way it was before the last time we saw it?
We increased it. We increased it from previously it was and the first floor is the same. First floor, yeah, that's the
Then
same.
you step back the building.
And then we step back the building and we knock a whole story off.
Okay.
But I have one
Grumbine.
other
Oh,
question,
sorry.
Pardon the
please, if
interruption,
I.
Chair Grumbine. We have the neighbor up here, before moving on, if she would like to speak to anything or
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
like
I
you to
just-
address.
I
Go
can just
ahead.
answer the question, which is, so along Arriaga Street, there are 4 units that go back that are all residential that are 2-story.
Okay, can we go to the site plan for this? And, because I want to make sure that everyone's on the same page for what is actually existing. Okay, something that shows the neighbors that we can kind of point to and make sure we're
Sure.
all clear. Okay, and then if you could, yeah, get it centered. Okay, so,
So that area right there, there's a walkway that goes down, and there are doors into 4 different residential units there that are all 2-story. There are, so that's part of the residential. And then on the top of the building, there are 2 residential units that are on the 3rd floor of the building.
and is that where the hand is right now? Like that, on that leg?
I
or
don't
that
see the
wing?
hand. Oh,
Can you
no,
hover
that-
over?
So where the hand is, there are 2-story residential units, 4 of them that are right along that section. And then if you go over to the other area, and there's nothing above 2-story. It's
Okay,
all
gotcha.
2-story
Okay,
over
great,
there. The comment that it was 3-story is not accurate. That's 2-story. And then if you go over to the other side on State Street, there are 2 roof, like on the top, on the 3rd story, 2 residential condos there. And then the 2 floors below that, are all commercial space. And the parking is underneath.
Go to A31 again.
Yeah, and then-
I have a
Well,
question for you.
and
Let's go.
before
Well,
you go
that-
there,
Well, no. We're gonna stick on this topic with the neighbor. So can you, is this part of it, the A31, is that
Yeah,
part of it?
I want to understand.
Okay, so
what
let's
is
go to
real and what
A31.
is not real.
Exactly. Let's go to A31 and let's.
well, also, I think that the units, I believe, are above a parking garage. So 2-story, it's, we have to look at the actual elevation because I think the 2-story starts up slightly
So
before it goes up to 2
So
floors.
let's clarify that. So we're talking about Arriaga, that building? Is that what you're asking?
Is that representation of the adjoining building accurate?
Yes.
And there are
And
2.
it is 2 stories above.
don't know.
The parking goes underneath, so there is a slight change in grade.
So, and,
Uh,
okay, so that's, there's the, and what would you estimate that? Is that a foot? Is that 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet? In terms of what the finished floor is for the neighbor, starting?
I'd have to check that.
But, okay, that's okay.
I don't know
And
the
then that section that you have there drawn, that is accurate to the heights of the massing of the neighbor, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, okay, so it's going up to almost the eave of of the top of its roof, whatever shape it is going up to the bottom of the eave.
Yeah, but it is
Okay.
2 stories. And I want to add, there's an existing structure that obviously doesn't show here, that's right on the property line there, and there's an existing fence. So as far as what's going on the ground floor, there already is a wall, and we have what used to be, is a commercial building there. So it's not like this is open there at all on the ground floor.
Okay, so then, one more point of clarification I think that Commissioner Lenwick was asking about, which is that, are you asking about the other side, the State Street side
Oh,
now?
we can ask that question as well.
Yeah, let's get clarity on the State Street side as well, so that we're seeing an elevation, what's.
Yeah, and that is 3 stories
Okay,
there.
so that's what you've depicted there, where you've got, it has 2-story, it looks like a 2-story mass right adjacent, and then it steps up to a 3-story mass.
That's
Right
correct.
next to it, is that?
Yes.
And that's the 2-story below, or
Yeah.
the first part is commercial, and the last part is residential.
And I
That's
think that
correct.
upper floor step back, it's almost like a dormer look, there.
Okay, and then it goes to the residential.
Yeah.
Okay,
I just want to understand.
yeah, for sure, making
going
sure that
on?
we're
No,
actually understanding
that's
the.
good questions,
Yeah, we're all
Commissioner
trying to-
Lenwick.
And then while we're on this drawing, can you scroll to the left to show El Prado? Because I think you got it across the.
Yeah. And there, as you can see, as I said, we're taller on the corner, but that building also steps
Steps
up,
up.
has a 4th-floor terrace. And as I mentioned, we did want to take some shots from the terrace, and I feel we don't really negatively impact
Okay.
their views.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just want to make sure we're all clear as what actually is what's reality. Okay, so other questions, and again, for time concern, I do want to keep us moving on these. But any other final questions, Commissioner Ensberg?
No.
Okay, sorry, let's roll into comments now. So I think,
Here's the garage next door. Here's the edge of the Cantwell property. So there's kind of a podium that goes down in there, so the units
okay,
are
so
on
maybe
top
we
of
can,
that.
I wonder if we can get this on,
And the camera
yeah,
zoom
on
in.
camera. Yeah.
I think don't we have photos in the set, Carl, I think?
So this is from Google Earth, so,
City TV, can you please zoom to the?
Here, we can bring up some
Desk.
photos.
do you have Google Earth photos of the street view?
Oh, I think we have,
Oh, that's almost the same one. Oh,
Where'd that go?
back to your site photos.
Yeah, okay, let's see if we can get it on the site photos.
Yeah,
this
that's
shows,
it.
that shows the existing building
Okay,
that butts up
zoom
right
into
to
that
Cantwell's.
Middle.
Seven,
blue-
number
blue
7.
car, right behind the blue car.
So it's a touch screen, so you can use your fingers and,
Oh, wow.
oh,
It's at the bottom of the page
Yeah.
there.
So this shows that existing building that's on the property line now between those two.
Right.
So that's-
And there's a fence line, and then you could see the garage goes down a bit, and it's a little hard to tell just how high up that, but you can see this is.
That's a split,
that-
yeah.
That's the two-story portion. That's why Commissioner Lenvick, it looks like 3, because it's
and a
up.
half.
But once again, I want to point out that we're pulling back from where our existing building is. There already is a fence line there. It's not an attractive perimeter
Which is
condition.
also just as a point of clarification, which is why the top of that eave is playing out where it is, because it is
Yeah.
like 2.5 stories, not,
Yeah.
yeah, which is not just a giant,
Yeah.
like 12-foot ceilings. Okay, all right.
Through the chair, apologies for the interruption. It might be helpful just for context of the open yard if the applicant can go over that exhibit and I can point out which areas qualify and which ones.
Okay, yeah,
don't.
that'd be good. Let's talk about the open yard too.
Okay, so, right, this shows the different levels of the project. So at the ground floor, there's no current areas that meet the minimum dimension requirements without being in a non-residential area. So the area at the corner of State and Arriaga, right, where there's a sort of a buffer between the intersection, that's the entrance to Cantwell's, so that area cannot be included, even though it does technically provide some open space. And then in the center portion of the project, there is the residential entry to the development. Because that provides access and egress areas, that also cannot be included, even though it technically provides open space. So at the ground floor, what they do have is they have a residential amenity room that they are proposing, as well as a yoga room for the residential units. And then on the upper floors,
Can you hover over
you can
those?
hover over those two spaces. So those areas, they don't meet the definition of open yard, right? Because they're not open, they're not free to the sky, but they do provide amenity space for the tenants of the development. And then if we go to the other floors, so this area, which Courtney discussed a little bit earlier, that area does count towards their open yard requirement. And then they also have their sort of meditation, I think, garden area that they were talking about, that also counts. So there are some open areas within the development that do meet the definition of open yard. So really we're looking at, is it sufficient as they've designed it so far? And also, you know, just within the context of this location of development towards downtown State Street, other parks in the area. So if you'll keep that in mind with your comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I do want to point out too, on those residential units that you were discussing, you know, we're set back like 11 to 13 feet, and they're set back too. I would say that space may be bigger than some projects that have been approved for new projects. So we're not really trying, you know, we're trying to do the best we can, and we are trying to be respectful of their comments, you know.
Thank you. And we're going to now shift it really strongly over to here. We're going to get some comments, and then we'll have to we're going to move this along. So go ahead, Commissioner Jordan.
I have a series of comments. First of all, I'm personally very sympathetic to the argument that we received about the environmental impact and advantages of hiring local labor. I'm just not sure that that falls under our purview, but I wanted to say I was sympathetic to that argument. Second, this is a concept review, so we'll see this again. And I think what we need to facilitate the discussion is a better set of drawings. And by better, I mean drawings with additional information. I'd like to see street elevations. I'd like to see a larger site plan that included adjacent properties, so that some of the time we spent saying, what is this, what is that, can be answered directly from clear drawings. So we need a better set of drawings, plans, and street elevations. Also, I'm interested in solar exposure, so I'd like to see, when next time this comes back, more information about the solar exposure, particularly afternoon exposures for the condos on Arrilaga, because I want to see how this building changes afternoon solar experiences for that property. I will make one comment now about the design, and I'm very sensitive to the fact that we told you to simplify it, so I don't want to complicate it by saying add more to it. But I do want to point to the garage door entry, which on Arrilaga, which is one of the largest openings there. The other large opening, the arches at the corner, you do have an articulation to that. It's very simple, but at least it's a molding. And I find the entrance to the garage, because it is so large, actually rather a bit too plain. And if something simple could be done to enrich that opening. But again, I don't want to be sending conflicting signals about that. Finally, I have regard story poles. I'm not sure, given some of the animations we've seen, given complete street elevations that showed adjacent properties and so forth, I'm personally not sure what story poles add to the discussion. But that's a long-standing reservation of mine about the value of story poles. I am open to what my fellow commissioners want, but personally, I think we have the tools, or with additional drawings, we'll have the tools to make important decisions without story poles.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Jordan. And sort of following that lead, if the commissioners would comment on what their thoughts are, and I think the critical things here are things like, especially the overall mass, right? So, the story pole as part of that discussion, whether they want to see story poles or not and why. And then we can talk about what, if there's enough commissioners saying yes to story poles, then I think we need to be clear as to what we want story polled afterwards. And then also, I think, commenting on the open space and whether they think that the modification is generally supportable with these general open spaces as they're showing them. Like Commissioner Jordan did, any particular areas that you think also need more study as the project goes forward? And then any other additional items that we want to have developed, like solar exposure studies or things like that. So I think that, and in general, how you're feeling about this and what it would be coming back for, or what are the steps before it comes back. So Commissioner Ensberg, do you want to jump in?
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation and for all the hard work to make the adjustments as we go along and try to find a place where everyone can be happy. I agree with what has been said by Commissioner Jordan, so I won't repeat what he has already said. I think we have the tools. I don't think not having story poles doesn't mean that we won't continue to do the work necessary, but I don't think that we need, so I agree that we don't necessarily need that tool. Could we look at the image of the 3D from the corner where you have this plaza thing? I don't personally have a problem with 4 stories per se. especially along State Street. But if there's a way to bring it down even further moving back, then I would really appreciate that, and I think others would too. This inside corner on the design, I just don't find it, that wall going up with just the 3 windows. I feel like if there were a way, I would rather see something like the continuation of that building coming all the way across with the arcade, I think would be more powerful. And it might give you the opportunity to, shift things around and bring it more forward to State Street and be able to reduce in those other areas. So I just think that would be, it just feels too open there. You've got a big open yard right there that you don't get to count. So I think I would like to see that shove the whole thing forward, make an arcade all the way along there, and use that space to mitigate some of those other areas we've been talking about. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Lennick, did you want?
I'll be glad to talk.
For a limited amount of time.
Do I have more than 2 minutes?
I might have to cut you off after.
I want to thank the architect for responding so positively to our comments from before. I think you really have done a yeoman's job, and your clients, they're in the audience, should be conscious of that they have really worked hard on your behalf, as well as, I believe, the community's behalf. And it's important that they always be conscious of what the community needs, and I think that they have done that. Now, that doesn't mean they have a free ride from here. I'm just buttering you up.
Oh, boy.
No, I really think you have done a good job, and there are little details which we will not talk about today, which I would like to see incorporated into your design, but they're minor and whatever. But the operator of Cantwell's is here in the audience.
Yes.
And I have done a number of markets in my professional lifetime. And I am real concerned about your back of house. You've got relatively small amount of back of house now. Although when I went by today, and yeah, you got pallets out there, and you got old equipment out there, and so on and so forth. And I see this plan that you have, everything comes in the front door. All your deliveries, tell me if I'm wrong, all your deliveries are the front door, and I think that's a problem. Granted, you can wheel in the back door, and you got a ramp there, but it's also, you can't park a truck there and have cars get out. So I'm just concerned about the operational aspects of your project, which we have no control over, absolutely none, from a standpoint of architecture. But to me, I think that you've got to look really hard about, what happens with your business there. You're going to be 9 parking places. I mean, you got more than that now, and they were all full this morning at whatever time I was by there, 11 o'clock or 11:30, all full. And my experience is that shoppers don't like going in a garage, unfortunately. I mean, you look at downtown on the corner of Carrillo and State. Ralph's, yeah. I happen to do that project. I forget the name of it. But, I mean, the upper lot is where people will sit waiting for a space to open up.
I do.
I do too. I'll sit and wait for a car to come out. And unfortunately, a lot of those cars are at the what do you call it, space next door to it?
The bus stop, or no?
Whatever the opium place is.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever it is.
Canada shop.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know we had an open.
Whatever it is. A lot of the cars in that upper lot are for the cannabis shop. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but you are living with cars, I think, parking on the street when they can, and if they can't.
And now, I think I got the note. We'll move on. I think part of
the other thing,
just put 3 stories of customers.
Okay, I think you've solved the problem by and large with regard to the height, and you've responded. I think that maybe I like what
Commissioner Ensberg.
Commissioner Ensberg has said about that corner. I like the setback also, but maybe a lower structure can require, whatever, may or may not work. I think maybe not having tile roof on that corner element, only having a cornice will help visually drop down what's happening there. You may want to explore that. The garage opening is way too large. I don't know if that's your minimum you get by with, but it's way too wide, way too big, and if it's got to be that big, you got to solve the problem architecturally. This board has not been approving garage door openings fronting on the facade setback for a long time. I mean, if you're at the facade and you have a garage opening that's on that point, we don't approve that. The garage opening is going to be back from the facade.
Just to be clear, you've pushed it back, right, from?
But it's still a big thing.
Okay, yeah.
Now,
that's fine,
one more
that's fine. Just wanna
thing,
make
one
sure
more
it's
thing,
clear.
one more thing. On the State Street Advisory Committee, biking is a major, push. Bike parking is a major push. You have no bike parking for the customers that come in to get a sandwich, parking in front. Whatever, you've got to provide, you provide parking for your tenants, but you got to provide parking for the customers. You've got to have
Okay.
parking in front. It's got to be done.
And it's got to be like the historic bikes with the big wheels.
Well, whatever, it's just simply got to be there, whatever it is, you
At
got to
least
find a way
that
to.
is our purview.
When I ride my bike down.
All right, so let's, all right,
Okay,
let's
I'm
keep
done.
moving, we gotta wrap this up. So, all right, other commissioners, let's go Commissioner McClure, then Commissioner Uli.
I think that the open space for the tenants is not adequate. And I think where it's located is so internal to the building that they're not getting very much sun. And so sensing that the condo residents on Arriaga are concerned, and then to Commissioner Ensberg's point, to take that space in the front and then take that space, maybe pedestrian space or outdoor space for the tenants in the middle, and move the building such that to take some relief off the condos and give them the outdoor space some solar aspects. So when you're outside, you're in the sun. That combination of things.
I want to jump in because I'm going to have a comment and I think it might help piggyback onto that. So as I'm understanding it from the site plan, and this actually would go to potentially go to some of the concerns of the neighbors as well. This, if it's on the 45, south is getting blasted. The bottom of this building and the side of the building are the two most lit portions of the building. So it actually will probably get indirect light. You'll probably actually get brighter and way more. Probably end up putting up curtains and blinds to block them from the glare. That portion of it, and this is part of the solar study that I think needs to be had. And you have a 3D model, so that's perfect. I think that needs to be studied with it, but it might also show that the outdoor space actually gets more light than if it was on the other side even, because the shadow is going to go towards that corner, all the corner Cantwell stuff. That's going to always be in shade almost all day, every day. And so I think that the solar study might help solve some of those questions and bring up some others maybe, but at least that portion of it, I think, and to some of your comments about the open space, perhaps in that study, if there is any more space that can grow, I think it does. The internal courtyard wants to grow in terms of its open space because that's going to be the most bright lit space there potentially is. But I think fold it all together into the solar study and the 3D massing, and I think we'll have at least more information to be able to discuss some of that open space discussion too. Okay, so sorry, keep going, Commissioner McCarty. I just wanted to. Okay. Other, Commissioner Uli and then Commissioner Butler.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner McClure. So to the degree that central courtyard can morph and grow a little bit by pushing things around, I think will benefit the project. In general, could you go to the corner rendering? That might be the best place to go. Thanks. In general, I'm okay with four-story buildings, but in this case, it is a single plane going straight up. And that I've got some concerns with that. So I think you need to study how to articulate those facades on the four-story building so that it doesn't look like it's a four-story building. I don't know, the fourth floor being something different, or, you know, just something to explore that also might perceptually make the building feel like it's shorter. I'm okay, I think, with your response about how you've pulled the edges of the building away from the property line, because it does increase the distance between the buildings that are behind you. And they're going to be in shadow in the morning, and you're going to be in shadow in the afternoon. So, you know, other than realigning the sun, I don't think we're going to be able to help that. I think the biggest concern I have is I think all of the openings in general are too big. They feel too big to me. They need to come down proportionally so that it feels like it's supposed to be a Spanish colonial revival building and not a contemporary building with plaster and a red hat. So I think you need to study that. But in general, I like the direction you're going. Nice, clean, simple detailing, I think, is going to make it work.
All right, Commissioner Butler?
I'll keep this brief. To follow on those comments, to sort of support what I was thinking, I'd encourage us to think about our first impression of this building when we saw it last time. And our first impression was that it was too massive, and 4 stories was out of the question, essentially. So I do think it's too big. It's in scale. The Prado next to the street is a big building. So I would support my colleague's conversation about if there's some way to make this front on State Street not be nearly this large. It just is too massive. I think the design, I would support the overall design. The design's a good, solid approach. Appreciate your help with taking our input and modifying that. I would advocate for story poles. Story poles do more for the community than they do from what we need. So I would advocate for 4-story poles. Let's see. Beyond that, I don't really have a view on open spaces. I think you've tried to encourage that. Anything you can do with that is fine. So you're headed in the right direction, I think. I think you're dealing with the situation. This is big, and it's in a big, very visible corner. So I'll leave it at that.
All right. So I think the only additional comments I would add and refine of those that
I haven't made comments.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Vice Chair House. Go for it. Sorry. I thought everyone had. But.
Okay. Well, no, there have been a lot of good comments that I agree with so far. But I'm going to need a lot of convincing. I don't feel this has neighborhood compatibility, especially with the fourth floors looming on State Street. I think that your previous iteration kind of stepped back more. I mean, that wasn't my comment that bring the four story to the street. If this block were a house and you were adding a second story, you'd want to put that more in the middle of the mass, not at the corner. So that's part of the problem I have with it. I also agree with the comment about it just being a sheer plane going up from the street and needs to be articulated somehow better. It just feels extruded, and the windows are the same on each floor, and it just doesn't have any real composition to it. Also, I agree with the comment about the size of the openings relative to the wall masses. The worst case of that would be on the left side of the State Street elevation. There's just very little plaster around those openings. It also occurs on the 3-story building on Arriaga. And as far as story poles, you know, I usually am open to being persuaded otherwise, but this is not Carrillo, which is a wide boulevard, and it's the entrance to the city and 4 stories. There's an argument for it. This just feels like it's transitioning into a more residential area of town, and it just feels out of place to have this 4-story building right there. So those are my comments.
All right. And then I don't know if Commissioner Drury, if you wanted to add anything, or are you unless you're good with what everyone else has said.
Well, the first thing that came to mind when I saw this again, it was too big. So I agree with Commissioner House's comments, and I think if there's a way to articulate the the mass bulk and scale of just the State Street elevation going down toward the ocean. I would like to see some imagination, because architects can do everything. I've seen that. I've seen stuff changed for the better mostly. So I'd like to see, if I read Commissioner House correctly, to keep 4 stories but articulate it away from State Street, so it's not that massive wall. I completely agree with that. I don't think we need story poles. I would like to see Commissioner Dorton's comment about having a neighborhood compatibility, have the streetscape down Arriaga actually with the elevations of those houses down toward Chapala, I think would be very instructive for us. And I think maybe this is presenting too much of a wall, but that courtyard on the corner, I think if there was use of that space, at least half of it to bring the building forward and down a little bit, I think that would be a much better thing. I do appreciate the work you've done because it's showing that there's a malleability to your project. And I like that idea. Those are my comments.
All right. So the only thing I'll add to that, or as a sort of additional pieces, are it's seeming like this corner of 2 4 stories, especially with one big blank wall meeting each other, intersecting. I think they're as some have commented, or many have. I think this is an area of restudy a bit. It might be that you wrap the arcade around. It might be you don't. It might be you add cornice lines. It might be you drop the roof of one. I think that this is a design question. I think there probably is a solution that will turn out nicely, that keeps the 4 stories and just pushes things a little bit here or there, and maybe has to do with some roofs dropping as well, or plates dropping for one side or the other. Can you go to the elevations? And actually, one other note was, one Jeff Shelton did on State further down, where he has, the arcade or whatever it is, and then palm trees coming out the top, and opening it up, and you don't have to
Tall palm tree.
yeah, no, but if that lower arcade, if there is one story that wraps, or maybe goes to a 45 or whatever, however you figure it out, that has a covered entryway of some sort, that could also be a kind of fun moment in that study. So I think this elevation, the bottom, really helps show it. I do think that you've successfully, especially on this elevation, figured out how to transition from a 2.5 story of your neighbor to a 3 story, and then to a 4 story as it really feels comfortable as building and massing, stepping up to State Street scale, which I think is pretty successful. And so I wanted to comment on that and acknowledge you for that. On the other side, the top left, it's a little bit of a fairly quicker transition. Maybe there's a way of doing a little transition to the 3 and 4 in a little bit more of an elegant manner. I'm not sure there might be something there. So I think that's worth a little bit more study too. But I think it in general successfully steps up, with the exception of additional study on the corner. Others have varying degrees of agreement with that, but those are my two cents on it.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Drew.
I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yeah.
There's a.
I am now. We need to move forward.
You can't just ban me with the gavel. There's the project that came in front of us up on Pedregosa and State Street, which is it's not, maybe the canvas lot is a little bit bigger, but that should be looked at. You should take a look at that. Pedregosa and State. Y'all remember? It's very lovely. It's turned out to be a very lovely project.
It's constructed?
Yes, it's done.
Drive by that.
Okay.
Chair Brumbein?
Okay, and then
May I-
Commissioner
I
Hansberry.
think it could be instructive. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank
And then we'll need to.
I
wrap up
promise
right
I'll just take 1 second. I want to emphasize too that I really do love this arcade. I don't know if I said that loud
That's a
enough
good
or
point.
strongly enough. I really like it, and I want to point out that it does step back there. That, so there, it doesn't just go straight up.
Yep.
There is a step back there, and then it goes up, and I love the arcade, and so I just want to be sure that that is emphasized, and all I was saying is that I'd like to see it continue
More
over, and then not have that cutout in the corner.
And that might help with the four-story shear wall now.
And with all the
you've
other
got
things,
one story to
the other
modulate.
comments of like the windows, all these
And
other,
it could give more open space outside and
yeah.
whatever, too. 'Cause
So I just wanted that not to sort
Yeah,
of
that's
fall
good.
off. I
Okay.
really feel like that's a very, beautiful part of the project.
Yep, great, good point.
Thank you.
Okay, so,
The wall-to-window ratio in that adjoining building on this picture, adjoining to them, is a good ratio of plaster to window, which we got so much going on with your building, it loses that subtle elegance that is on that adjoining building.
yep, okay, and that ties to the comments about with the window, yep, the window wall ratio discussion. Okay, so,
If we're going to look at other buildings, they could look at the Baylor building.
Baylor building.
I think is
Yep.
very good,
Baylor
and- which
building.
has very different than what this Baylor,
Oh, yeah, Baylor/Libero building.
yeah,
Margaret
which does
Baylor.
have a lot of windows, but they're really well proportioned, and I think are more in the spirit of this building.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to summarize, and then we'll see if we can get it. Yeah, exactly, we gotta get through this. Okay, all right, thanks for abandoning us. Okay, so, all right, so the first question, and actually, what, can you stick for 1 sec? Just to get clarity on this, I think we have three options. One, we require story poles. Two, we don't, we say that this is, are satisfied with it as we currently see it with the 3D renderings and all that, and that supplemental was enough. And three is to be determined for next time after we see more of the solar study and more of all these other things. So that, I want to get.
Should we just take a straw vote?
Yeah, let's just take a straw vote for those three options, because, because I think that's where we're landing.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I would say that, like I said before, I need convincing, and so, if
That'd
you
be
show
option
me.
3.
Well, okay, all righty.
Yeah, so, because I think that the part of it is, I'm gonna ask for an aerials 3D with the neighbors, at least in massing form, and with the solar study, so we can kind of see how it sits within the larger context. So, okay, so option 1 is require story poles as of today. Who wants that? We got 2.
As of today, yeah.
No, sorry. Today, we tell them for next time we want to see story poles. We may have them put up story poles, and we go look at story poles before we have.
That's why I say I need convincing.
Okay,
It
so
could be
that's
done without
option
story
3.
poles, perhaps.
So option 3 is, we're not convinced yet, but we might be.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 1 for option, so just put the story poles up. Okay, option 2, we're convinced and we don't need story poles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 4, and then option 3, we want to wait till next time with more information.
To decide if we need story poles, yeah.
That's what I would vote. I didn't realize it was.
Okay, there we go, so.
That's confusing.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that looks like we got a majority or thereabouts saying, well, TBD, we'll wait. Okay. So, and you also heard some of the concerns, so you have to convince us of. Okay. All right, so for story polls, these are our comments to summary. For story polls, the majority of the commissioners feel that they, with more information, they may be convinced to not require story polls, but we need to be, that they need to be convinced. And to that effect, I think additional items that we need to see are aerial 3D views, ideally a video, but not necessarily at least, 3D views showing the relationship to the neighbors, at minimum, the adjacent properties and the buildings of those size. And then as well, partly the solar studies showing what the shadows will track throughout the day. So that's one. The additional street elevations showing the Prado all the way and the adjacent buildings all the way, and then Arriaga. And Arriaga, at least 2 properties over to the side. Let's see, for, we talked about solar exposure studies. Let's see, before I get into details. Okay, an additional note, we want to thank you for the adjustments that you did, and they're very much appreciated, and we think that it's continuing to go in the right direction. Additional study is for the inside corner at State and Arriaga, with making it feel less four-story, less overall, how can we describe it? Make it better, yeah. So break down the four-story, yes, like, so it doesn't, so it no longer feels like a four-story blank wall.
Articulated to reduce a
Yeah,
four-story
articulate to
blank wall.
reduce massing,
Right.
yep. There was concern as well about the operability of, and knowing that it's not within our purview, but that it, concern about the operability of the store, of the commercial space. Our concern, at least for the record, about bike parking, and so we can send our HLC note to to staff, and that for the public especially. So it would be nice if we can get locate bike parking. And for the record, we're pro brick, so.
Yeah.
So, and since we're sending notes to transportation and others. Okay, let's see, additional note for regarding the open space, there, at least several I think the commission in general would like additional study of the internal open space, if possible, to get increased space. And as part of the light study as well, the solar study, to make sure that the open space is maximized for the residents. And then regarding the door and windows and the neighbors, yeah, that I think was part of the first part. But in case it wasn't, the solar studies to be looking at the adjacent neighbors and the effect that the massing will have on the shadows. And then openings, the doors and window openings to adjust them to have a greater wall to window ratio, and to look at historic examples, and also including the neighbor. It's not a historic example, but the neighbor next door in terms of proportions of wall to window. Another note, we love the arcade. Thank you for that development. And a suggestion of looking at wrapping it as part of the solution for the corner, wrapping it onto wrapping and or extending it towards Arriaga. And then a suggestion to look at, for inspiration, look at building on Pedregosa and State that was recently approved and built, as well as the Baylor / Libero building, the Margaret Baylor Libero building, as an example of both wall to window ratio as well as balconies and detailing. All right. Any other comments to add to that? All right. We've lost 2 commissioners, so we'll keep it charging. All right. So would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move for an indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Ensberg. Any other discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right.
Thanks, that was a
All right,
very
thank
good
you.
dialogue there.
See you again.
See you next time. All right, so we're on to item 3. Do we need to take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay, a 5-minute break. And then we're going to charge fast. Okay. Historic Landmarks Commission, September 25th, 2024. We're on to item 3. This is 1 Hot Springs Road, located in EPV, only the Charles Caldwell Park watering trough and fountain on site is designated city landmark, constructed in 1911 by Francis Wilson in the Beaux-Arts style, proposed for a new 22-unit residential development comprised of 2- and 3-story townhouses with private garages and carports. The average unit size is 1,400 square feet and gross building area is 31,000 square feet. Project requires approval from the Planning Commission for a setback modification to allow encroachments into the required front and interior setbacks, a coastal development permit, a local coastal program amendment to change the coastal land use designation from parks open space to medium-density residential, and a local coastal program amendment for a coastal zoning map amendment to change the zone from R1, ST3 to R3. So no final appealable action will take place in the meeting. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. And there was a historic significance report. All right. So with that, so do we have staff?
Just a
comments?
comment. I wanted to let you know that this project did go to the Planning Commission back in August, and they initiated the local coastal plan amendments. So that allows this project to move forward, to come to you and move through the process. And that amendment will be required to be approved by City Council and then ultimately the Coastal Commission.
Okay, great.
And then today, if you're ready, we're looking for comments on the story poles. If you're ready to decide on that, project compatibility analysis, just the preliminary comments, and then the modifications as well. So think of those 3 things when you're ready to give your comments. We'd appreciate it.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, so with that, if you would introduce yourselves for the record, and you'll have 15 minutes. You don't have to take all of it. You can.
Mark Kirkhardt, Principal Design Arc.
Melissa Turner, Senior Project Manager from Design Arc.
Mark Shields, partner with Design Arc.
All right. All right, have at it.
Thank you. Let's start maybe with just orienting the project in case you're not familiar with it. Just real quick, by a show of hands, has anybody seen the presentation at Planning Commission on video? No?
Okay. Those are boring.
Okay, I just want to know.
Says HLC.
Yeah.
We gotta be careful about throwing stones.
Okay, that way I know how deep into it. Project site, if you're not familiar, is located kind of at the entrance of the city, right?
It's at the roundabout right there, right?
Correct, yes. Right across the street from Los Aves shops, the bird refuge, of course, and then more prominently, the cemetery to the south, and bordered on the north to the railroad track and the Highway 101. This site is owned by the Santa Barbara Cemetery. It's roughly 2.5 acres, and currently in, like we said, I've already been to Planning Commission, received positive comments about the rezoning. We will be under an R3 Title 28 in the coastal zone, similarly to the property to the west of us, and the multifamily has been very well received by both planners and the Planning Commission. This will be also an income source for the cemetery, which I think we should mention. It was not originally part of the housing element, but it was definitely noted to be as a good site, as a vacant site for housing. You mentioned briefly the roundabout project is currently under development. That's phase 1 of the right-of-way improvement. Phase 2 would include the widening of Cabrillo and the bridge replacement, and that will be, I think, starting maybe next year. Phase 1, I think, will be completed soon. Watering trough, obviously, to the corner. It is also visible in these photographs. Site photos. There's the old roundabout. I apologize, I don't have any current photographs of what's under construction, but you can kind of see the watering trough here. Part of our project would be to restore and maintain the Charles Caldwell watering trough, and possibly maybe even the possibility of adding a water bottle refill station, given how popular this site is with cyclists coming in and out. You're probably familiar with it, and even pedestrians that are walking all the way from the waterfront to towards Montecito. just as a brief overview, in case it wasn't listed before, but this is our density is fairly low at 14.5 units per acre, makeup of roughly 5 studios, 5 2-bedrooms, 12 3-bedrooms, 2 to 3 story compositions, and of which 20% would be affordable units. With that, I'll turn it over to Mark to talk a little bit more about the site planning.
That'd be this Mark. 2 marks. So I probably like a lot of us, I've ridden my bike by this site hundreds of times and never really even realized that there was a piece of property there that could be developed. So when this client came to us and brought this to us, we took a site visit out there, and lo and behold, it's actually a very lovely piece of property. And as Melissa mentioned, this is going to serve as a long-term annuity for the cemetery. They're kind of running out of revenue sources, and so it's kind of a very important project for them. That was brought up at the Planning Commission, which was really looked on very favorably. So our client is basically in an arrangement to develop on behalf of them and be partners on the project. So our approach to the site was basically to create a Vernerf approach with this internal driveway. You're probably familiar with that term. It's a Dutch term. It basically refers to, I think it roughly translates to living street. The idea is it's a driveway that is shared by pedestrians and autos alike. And so a very important aspect of that is having traffic calming, large trees overhanging the street, for example. You see we have a central island there in the middle, actually a second island at our internal, which is basically just our fire department turnaround. So the houses are developed in blocks of 7 buildings of various sizes. You can see the ones along the north there are back up to the right-of-way of the railroad and the highway. Those units will be designed so that all of their living space is on the south side of those buildings, so that we'll kind of be using the building itself as a buffer against the sound. It's not uncommon. There's a lot of places, as we're aware, both in Santa Barbara and Montecito, where there's housing developments in these kind of locations. Of course, we have an acoustic engineer involved, so we'll be doing everything to make sure we have both interior and exterior noise to the appropriate levels. Then the other range of buildings that face Channel Drive, and those are, of course, have a nice south exposure and a beautiful view across Channel Drive to the cemetery and the mortuary, or whatever, not the mortuary, but the columbrium, or whatever they call it. In any case, lovely site, beautiful George Washington Smith building, as you recall. So it's kind of, the approach is kind of a Mediterranean village, combination of 2- and 3-story units. Some of the units have roof decks, as well as nice, generous private open spaces to the south. One of the things, Mark Shields is going to talk about the architecture, but one of the things that came up at the Planning Commission, you can see we do have a stair access, pedestrian access there down to the sidewalk. It was suggested that we make that an accessible entrance. So, before we come back to you with final approval, looking for any kind of approval, that will be changed to a series of ramps and so forth. So we do have an accessible entrance there. There will also be a second accessible entrance at the driveway, because that is pretty much at grade there. And you can see by moving that all the way to the east, we get rid of any kind of problem with the intersection going in and out of the cemetery. As Melissa mentioned, we will be actually renovating and maintaining the watering trough for the city. And in the new roundabout plan, that actually has a little plaza in front of it. That little cut-through driveway that's there is in the roundabout plan. That goes away, and that becomes kind of almost a little plaza, which is why we thought, well, a water filling station would be great there, because there's a lot of cyclists in this area.
Does it come out of the mountain line?
Yeah, it'd be like
That's city water. They won't let us do that.
The other thing is our ownership is basically going to be transferring around a half an acre, you can see in this plan here, to the city for the construction of those improvements, the widening of Cabrillo, which includes the railroad, as you know, which is going to be a huge problem. It's going to be fun to see how they would actually do that. But in any case, so talk briefly about the modifications that we're asking for. Once again, they will be 100% identified when we're here for an actual approval. But what they are is on this particular location, there's going to be, in that right-of-way take, we don't even know for sure that that's going to be the line of that right-of-way take. It's kind of a preliminary one. And you can see that this unit would have a small little encroachment, if you will, into that setback. There's a huge landscape buffer between us and the retaining walls that they're building there and so on and so forth. So they're fairly small modifications that we'd be asking for. There's also some across the north that are basically architectural projections of wall planes, layering to make it look nicer when you're riding by on the train. We will be putting a sound wall in on the property line, 6 feet on this public side. It'll end up being 8 feet in some areas because we have a little 2-foot retaining wall to make our grading work. So, what are shown now on the purple magenta units, those are the preliminary distribution of the affordable units. Planning Commission actually asked us to eliminate or to replace one studio affordable with an additional 2 bedrooms. So it'll be 1 studio, 2 2-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedroom will be the affordable units. And by the way, this is a 100% rental project. It's a long-term annuity type project. It is not a for-sale condominium project. So that's the basically overview of the site planning. I'll let Mr. Shields talk about the architecture.
Thanks, Mark. Definitely a beautiful site and kind of a sleeper. You really don't notice it. And all of a sudden, these guys show up in our office with this triangular site plan. I'm like, where's that? Anyway, I'm personally excited about the new freeway on-ramp, so I don't have to drive down Coast Village Road to get to the beach anymore. I used to sneak through the music academy. Anyway, conceptual design, very conceptual, but there's one of our initial sketches. This is actually the 2 front units that are on the western side of the property overlooking the bird refuge. It's a nice opportunity because the site has a built-in, really amazing topography. It actually goes up from the street quite a bit, like 8 or 10 feet, and then gradually tapers to the east as you head towards Butterfly Beach. So we're taking advantage of that. Some of the units step down from the Verneuf parking down to these lower terraces, which overlook the street and the bird refuge, and also enables for us to have higher ceilings on the lower floor. So there's quite a few different combinations of floor plans. Overall, we tried to create an interesting project in terms of the overall massing with, as you can see in this elevation, with some of the homes are up taller and some are lower and the decks protrude out. So there's a lot of variety in the massing. I kind of envision it as the architecture really, to me, is kind of a blend. Once you're in Santa Barbara designing different projects all over the place, from custom homes to commercial buildings downtown, I've often admired, of course, George Washington Smith, Mary Craig, and Irving Gill. We see a lot more work of his in LA, although I think it's a little bit severe for Santa Barbara. I tried to incorporate some of those elements in these elevations, primarily the big arches. And we are using a variety of arches for the main living spaces. So some are on the ground level, some go 2 stories. We're combining maybe some Moroccan, North African detailing with the railing ziggurat designs. But overall, the direction is we want it to be very Mediterranean, upbeat looking, interesting, variety. Santa Barbara, those are the things I think about when drawing these elevations. A lot of the details, of course, will be typical, like we'll have copper gutters and downspouts. We might paint them white, like George Washington Smith did. Still very conceptual. Tile detailing around the entries, mission tile roof, of course. Some false chimneys where we have a collision of roof lines that we couldn't resolve, much like George Washington Smith did. And projections that are primarily decks. This is an elevation of the backside of the units, which is the garage Verneuf side. So really wooded back there, landscaped well. It's a simple elevations. If we had the money, we might do those north windows more like Meridian Studios. But as it is, these larger windows come from that sort of philosophy where you're facing north and have the multi-pane breakups, wood garage doors, overhead doors. If we could focus in on maybe just blow one of those up for me, Melissa. Take your choice. So a lot of the floor plans are the same, but we've mixed and matched so that it has a apparent variety to it. Here's a more landscaped view of everything. Perhaps we can look at the backside too on the north. This is the view. Hold on, go back. Sorry to that one. I like that one. On this unit, that's one of the affordable units, I believe, on the left. And this has a carport shown in plan, but we're actually going to put garage doors there. We don't want people to store their stuff and be visible from the street. But this gives you a nice feeling for the variety of massing, which we worked hard on achieving. Some of the trellises that you see here with on the mid-level decks actually encroach into the front yard setback a bit. So we're going to ask for a modification on that, but no living space does. You might show that section if you can find it, Melissa. Yeah, you can search for that. That's the north elevation. This is the elevation facing the railroad tracks and the sound wall. And again, you can see on the second story, we have kind of a mirador extension that's maybe 18 inches, and we'll be asking for a modification for that. Below that, you can see the suggestion of the grill, the plaster grill windows. Plaster texture would be textured, not super smooth, so it has a little bit more Santa Barbara, the softness to it, and overall, the corners of the building will be bigger, not just sharp corners, just soft in general, heading toward that Mediterranean style. Simple cornice detailing. Some of the elements have two-story windows, but they're broken up by wood intermediate detailing.
Chair Grumbine, pardon the interruption. The 15 minutes is up, but the applicant can proceed if they...
Yeah, okay, so maybe take a minute and
time
wrap it
limit.
up. Yeah.
Just so excited about this
Yeah.
project.
Okay, great.
Anyway, that kind of wraps it up.
Just kind of walk through, full page of the rest of them. Yeah.
Maybe just the 3D views.
Sure.
Show a lot.
Yeah.
So, for example, you might be mentioning
This particular trellis, I think, is in the setback on the front yard. But a lot of them are quite far back from the front yard setbacks. And you can see here, this is the beauty of the hillside, a little bit of a slope to the property. We have an opportunity to landscape a lot of that. So there's quite a bit of space between the lower deck units and the sidewalk, which will actually be widened there and enhanced. This is the main entry into the project. You turn left to go down to the Verneuf. This is obviously in the Verneuf with the center island and enhanced paving, most likely permeable. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I won't barge into Scott's territory. Scott, you want to come up and start chatting about the landscape?
Sure. Good afternoon, all. My name is Scott Capps, landscape architect on the project. I'll keep this very brief, as I think Mark and Mark did a fantastic job walking through the site and this concept of the living street. One thing I will point out in terms of open space, down on the far right end of the project, the east end, we are proposing some community open space, so thinking about lounge area, some shaded seating, potentially some fire pit tables for nighttime use, as well as a fenced-in dog run. One comment we heard from Planning Commission is potentially incorporating a passive recreation area for families with young children. So we're looking at probably replacing that dog park with some kind of natural tot lot or just kind of open space for kids. If we kind of zoom out and look at the whole sheet, I think the bottom row of imagery gives you all a good sense of the look and feel of the landscape and specifically the planting and the material, so I won't go too in-depth into that. Overall, the planting is really, influenced by the Mediterranean architecture, so using those clean white walls as a backdrop for seasonal pops of color. Planting in general will be a mix of California natives, other regionally appropriate material, and as Mark just referenced, where Melissa's hand is hovering over that image, looking at using permeable pavers throughout that living street and probably a different color finish to designate between the vehicular use and the pedestrian use. Really, overall, with the site planning is to create a kind of active community for these residents, very pedestrian-centric. If there are any further detailed questions related to the landscape, planting, irrigation, lighting, we have other drawings I can walk through. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so if that completes your presentation, we'll go on to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I haven't received any speaker slips. And I'm not seeing any movement. We also do not have any virtual participants, but we did receive written correspondence from Cristo Artuzio. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, so this is for project compatibility. So there's no final appealable action for this, but this project compatibility findings will be required eventually. So let's go to the commission for questions, and knowing that we are already 50 minutes behind, we'll try to keep it moving.
Lord have mercy. I'll make this long then. So there's along about 2/3 of the way along before you make the turn, there's an enclosure painted red oxide. It's got electrical stuff in it or communication stuff. It's been the subject of much graffiti attack.
Cell tower?
Yeah, it's probably, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So where does
I think
that
it's a cell
fit
tower.
in?
Right, Michael, the cell tower? Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. It's way down at the east end of the site, and at the moment, that stays. We're not considering turning it into a palm tree yet or anything.
Thank you.
All right.
Question?
Yeah.
Is this a builder's remedy project? It said something on one of the drawings.
No.
Yes, it is. It was submitted as builder's remedy.
No.
So what is our role as HLC in this?
Well, they're not actually asking for anything in particular yet in regard to that, although they are providing 20% affordable, which goes along with that. But they haven't asked for anything in particular. Originally,
What do
we
they
looked
need?
into whether...
They need our approval, or they don't need our approval for a builder's remedy?
So it's going to go through the regular process.
Okay.
We love approvals, however.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? I have one quick one. So, how does the landmark, how did or does their landmark affect in any way, inspire, et cetera, what your project is?
Well, I'd say because of its historic nature and we're in the HLC district, I think it starts to say that our project needs to have that Santa Barbara feel to it and that little bit of history to it, which we've tried to interject in some of the detailing. And also the actual fountain is a style of its own, it's more ornate and interesting in its own right. So we're not trying to use it as to copy it by any means, but we're definitely have our eyes on the mausoleum across the street and all of George Washington Smith's work, and of course, all of Santa Barbara style. So,
Okay, good. I just wanted to,
yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's roll into comments. Now, I think that let's make sure we're commenting on story polls, the question of story polls, and what, and I think we can think of it again in the three ways. Does this, what has been provided, the 3D renderings that they've provided, does it convince you enough that we don't need story polls? Are you sure that you're convinced that it does need story polls, or the last option, which is TBD, we need more information, and what is that information that you need, that you think to be able to say no to story polls? So
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
So I would say, unless history proves me wrong, that we don't need story poles for this project. I think it's one of those open places without any references to, I don't think you need to reference the trough particularly.
I think it's going to be bigger than the trough.
What's that?
The building's going to be bigger than the trough. We don't need story poles to show it.
No. I think these preliminary drawings are showing a neighborhood, basically you're building a neighborhood. And I love the idea, I like the landscape plans. I think it could be a really kind of a benchmark project in the city. I'm all for it at this moment. It could change, but right now I feel good about it.
All right. Yep. Go ahead,
Yes.
Commissioner Hendrick.
Well, I always like to thank the applicants for their work, and it's really a beautiful job. And I think I can maybe make up a little time here, because I would say it's fantastic. I love it. I think I can't imagine what I would suggest to make it better. So I don't think it needs story poles, and I don't have a problem with the encroachments, and I really appreciate how thoughtful this has been put together. It's very, very sensitive, and it's right there. People coming into town, you know, we've been talking about this with the ODDS and how important it is that these types of projects say, you know, you don't have any question about where you are. You're in Santa Barbara. So I think it's beautifully done, and I want to thank and acknowledge you all for that. And my only one thing I would say is on the paving, I don't think you need to make two different colors. I think it should just be all one color and let it sort of go in nicely and simply. So excellent job, and those are my comments. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Jordan.
Two quick comments. Story poles, one of their uses is to let the neighbors understand the project. If I understand this correctly, most of your neighbors are dead. And so I don't think you need story poles.
They're complaining.
My second comment is minor. It's a pet peeve about drawings. Some of your drawings show the location of the fountain. Some of the drawings, like A11, cut off that east, or that point. And I just would like the drawings to be complete and consistent. And I know that means squashing things a little bit, but it's a pet peeve. I'd like the drawings to be consistent and complete in showing the site.
Okay. Other comments, Commissioner Lenvick?
I'll be glad to talk.
No, 1 minute.
I think it's a great use for the site. I think the modifications that are being suggested are reasonable. I don't think we need to see story poles on this particular site. I do have some, I hope, positive comments regarding the architecture. And
Where do you want to go to, drawing-wise, elevations or what?
yeah, elevation. Well, that elevation's fine right there. Well, go to the Channel Drive elevation. I think that'd be a good one. So,
This one is rendered, I'll leave it here.
Yeah, if you can zoom in. Yeah.
I think that I would rather see the architecture lean more to traditional than contemporary, out of respect for the architecture of the cemetery.
And can you specify, or?
Well, I
go
don't
into more?
think that a two-story strip window is traditional. And I think it's an inappropriate, you would not find that, in Spanish colonial revival architecture. I think that, and that's my biggest, I think, objection to the architecture is the two-story window. And when we had the building before us, that was before us, we were critical of the large amount of window in relationship to wall and how it didn't seem to fit into the character of a Spanish colonial revival architecture. And I think the same could be said here, is that if there was a way to get more wall and less window, it would be a more pleasant piece of architecture, more, fitting in with the more traditional. if we want to say, well, this is one of the first things you see coming into Santa Barbara, then it should really speak more to what people come to Santa Barbara to see. And so, I think that there's, if there was a way also to move away from the repetition. I mean, there's a repetition of arches, there's a repetition of the two-story window.
Can you scroll along, actually, because I had a similar.
Yeah,
similar
back
comment,
off, yeah. There's a repetition of roof forms, a repetition of, everything is a repetition. And if this would be so wonderful if it was 3 different buildings or styles or types or whatever, or 4 or 2 or whatever. But right now there's so much repetition, it's a lower building with an arch, the next building's a lower building with an arch, every building's a tall building with a 2-story window element. And I just think that if there could be more variety, you're not changing the plan.
Yeah. So I'll piggyback on that and just in hopes of keeping it moving as well. I had a similar comment because the arch, especially a big arch, is a very powerful move, right? It's strong. And because you have such regular, repeated, but also staggered move of it, it's not an arcade where it has very much a rigorous, relentless kind of march. It's sort of, but it looks almost a little too copy-pasted. And I think that I don't think it will take much and you're plenty talented, so I'm sure you guys will figure out a beautiful solution. But it won't take much to make it so it doesn't look like it's copy-paste as much. I see the variation. You are varying some. But I think a little bit more, and especially because the arch just snaps your eye to it, and it's really such a strong, especially a big arch, it's such a strong shape that you see the rhythm very quickly. So along with Commissioner Lenvick's comment, I think that in some ways breaking it up, and whether you do it in chunks of the buildings as if they were built together and then the next one was kind of built together and a little variety, or if you just kind of vary them all, there's plenty of ways of doing it. But I generally agree with that. Like that, they're lovely as when you zoom into like 3 of them together, it works great. But then as it repeats even more, there's a little bit of a repetition. And then also to your 2-story comment, I mean, I think you can find examples like what you referenced, the Meridian Studios, almost 2-story northern giant, glass. But it is more of tends to be more of a contemporary move, at least a little bit more. And so I think there would be beneficial to break up some of that as well, or make it just a little bit more wall ratio. So sort of tying to your comment. Any more before we move on?
No, I think those are big.
That's the bigger picture, yeah. Okay, so other comments anyone wants to throw in? Go for it.
Real quick, as the story pole advocate, I'll concede.
Wow, you got
very good. I knew that would I love the design. I like the cluster approach. Kind of somebody said neighborhood. I think that's very, very nice. All in all, I think it's a very strong design. I think you've done a good start, very good job. The comment about sort of cutting and pasting looks a little repetitive. If you notice the building on the far right, how different that is as a standalone almost versus the rest of the roof line and the story line. So that kind of breaks it up, That gives a sense of, this is a little bit different. So I kind of would support the idea that, hey, how can we make this not look quite so repetitious? Or that, like I say, that one just jumped out at me. Say, hey, that stands on its own and very distinctive. All in all, a very strong design. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Comments? Yeah, Commissioner Early.
Thank you. I generally like the project. I was delighted to see the packet when I was reviewing it. Tend to agree with some of the comments said earlier. On the dial of Spanish colonial revival, this little sliding bar, it has so many variations in it as you slide that bar back and forth. But I think in this case, it's a little more to the contemporary side of that dial, and I think we're looking for it to be a little closer to Riggs and Smith. But in general, like the idea, like the detailing, like the little ziggurat top on the parapet. I was encouraged to hear your comments about the trough You know, there are only, that I know of, there are only 3 troughs in the city, and that's one of them. And while it's outside the property line, it'd be nice if somehow the residual land left after the roundabout could be included in the development so it actually becomes something that, you know, you can go visit and sit and enjoy, and not just simply, you know, a holdover from a Caltrans project, as lovely as they are. So I think you're going, generally I think you're going in the right direction. I hope, my hope is, that as it matures and the detailing comes out, because it's a rental project, that this detailing actually gets executed, because for anybody to be able to afford to live in any of that, you're going to have some resources. But I think you're going in the right direction generally.
So then, I guess the only other thing I would tack on was I was going to ask you to actually come to here and say, so I think that this is the most important view, because you really are, you know, in theory, once the roundabout's all done and everything, the freeway works and everything, you're not going to sit in traffic for hours here, but this other,
You might on a Sunday.
you might. And so you'll be staring at this a lot. And I think that a question I pose is, you've got the trough and you know, this little moment there. Is there a way of making that strong connection in some way, shape, or form to add to the buildings that are rising above?
Maybe.
And yeah, so I think that could be a part of that sort of the visual, you know, give to the community, because I think this is going to be really prominent. So.
Would that be a horse detail, similar to a cow kind of a thing?
Horse on top, yeah. Horse statue on top, looking over down at the trough, forever wanting to get down there.
Careful what you suggest. It will be nice losing that road that goes through there, though. We'll have a little plaza in front of it, and so
yeah,
it's an opportunity for
Mr.
sure.
Chair.
Okay, yep.
This project is what, over a city block long, block and a half long? What's the length of the project on Channel Drive?
In terms of feet, I'd say it's a block.
Yeah. And I don't think from Channel Drive, you're going to perceive it as a variety of neighborhoods. It's going to be a strip of the same thing running, you know, as opposed to, I mean, if you look at New York City or, you know, whatever, Detroit, any place was a block long or 2 blocks long, you know, the neighborhood, even the neighborhood in that block has got variety to it. And I think that if you could find some way to incorporate variety, then you would have identity. You're telling your friends, I live in the whatever, you know.
In the horse trough place.
In the horse trough place. But I'm on the other end of it. You know, right now there's no identity. There's no individuality. No individuality.
So there's all hip roofs. It might be a gable, or that, you know, like that variety
and
that gives.
Trying to create some individuality for this block or block and a half long group of buildings, I think is really important.
Okay.
Really important.
All right. So let me try to summarize.
And I apologize. I just want to chime in, no story poles, and I'm okay with the modifications because they're so minor.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I blew by that one. That's true. So I think everyone's okay with the modifications, right?
Yes.
Okay. Great. And then story poles is everyone okay not requiring story poles? We'll try with that. Everyone's okay not requiring story poles? No, he is even okay for not requiring. So
There are no neighbors to complain.
yeah, this is it. So the moral of the story is build next to cemeteries. Okay, all right. So I think that's good and universal. So. Oh, yes, and then we'll comment on that. Yeah. So I think mass bulk scale, everyone's good with, I think, in general. So let me summarize the comments, and then we'll see if we can get a motion with those to continue indefinitely with those comments. Okay. So first off, we want to thank the applicant and congratulate the team on a very beautiful project that is very supportable. All right, so with additional comments. So one, the commission is comfortable with not making the exception to not require story poles based on the applicant's persuasive design and 3D renderings, as well as the lack of neighbors. And then for let's see, with the additional sort of, to continue with the additional, with the recommendation for additional adjustments. So one comment is to break up the visual pattern of the buildings through a variety of techniques, but to make it more individual as it designs, as opposed to repeated patterns. So break up the repeatability or the repeated nature of it. Next is to study especially the front corner buildings above the trough, relating them in additional ways to the trough, and also with them being the primary view from the public right of way. So additional study of them. A comment on the paving is to just have it unified paving, and in general, the landscape plan seems acceptable, is going the right direction. Also suggestion of arches, so the arches being strong design features to break them up and or modulate them or limit them. And the large two-story openings to adjust, to restudy to make more traditional, less contemporary in wall-to-window ratios as well as proportions. The modifications asked for are supportable. And in general, the project compatibility of mass, bulk, scale, and neighborhood compatibility are supportable, and with additional refinements. And in general, the mass, bulk, it's a mass, bulk, and scale is acceptable. Let's see. Let's see, anything else? Repeat forms. All right, any other comments?
The incorporation of the trough.
Oh, yes.
To improve it I know it's off the property.
Yeah, so to look at a way of connecting and improving the areas around the trough so that it feels more connected with the property.
Also, Chair Grumbine, the paving,
Paving.
just to be one, did you already say that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
got the paving.
And as, I may be the only one, and I guess I'm getting used to it, but
Stripe
I
awning.
feel that, the essence of this project is like a hill town, and I feel that it is very well done, which I said already. And I don't, maybe there's a few little tweaks here and there as usual you can do, but I feel that the essence of it is what it is, and that it is modulated, and it's like a little hill town. It sort of reminds me a little bit of like Plaza Rubio or something. It's like these little, cute things that are going along, and I for one feel that way, and I don't feel like it needs to be like majorly messed around with. I feel like it.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, I don't think that any of the comments were major mess around. So in my comment on it, if you look at what we're seeing here, we see 3 units with little hip roofs and the gate and the arch off to the left. The 3 middle are all the same, and then the right and the left are the bookends. So I think my eye picks up that the repeated 3 arch with hip roof, arch with hip roof, arch with hip roof, and then also tall 2-story strip window, tall 2-story strip window. They're all together in the center. So I agree with you. I think that if you look off to the left side, the first couple units,
Yes.
I think it's variety enough that your eye doesn't see repeat.
Right.
I think there's a pattern that isn't in Hilltown develop.
Well, just so that we're clear, because I don't want to, send them off on a,
And we could say more like Plaza Rubio, because I think Plaza
Yeah.
Rubio, you won't find a single one that's the same, but they're all similar.
He gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Luckily, I think we know with someone. We're
Sorry
dealing with someone
to-
who knows.
Mr.
It's
Chair,
always a
if I
challenge
may.
because it is a lot of units together.
Yeah.
Of course, and it's a
And there's-
project that has to be affordable.
Yep.
And so that will always be the balance, but we are definitely doing like 8-inch thick walls everywhere, and so we're getting there. But I hear you guys, and I think there's a way to keep the Santa Barbara tradition yet kind of spice it up just a little bit. You know, I think there's room for that in this town. Certainly Jeff Shelton has done it, and those projects are approvable, and they're beautiful, and it's
Sometimes.
it's its own right.
Sometimes.
You know, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Tell
You
them
know,
to spice it down.
yeah, we've done a lot of beautiful projects in Santa Barbara, and I think you guys should have an open mind to, you know, the combination of potentially really interesting Mediterranean architecture, but I get it on the repetition,
Yeah.
and there's some, we can do something about that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Good. Commissioner
I
Drury?
have no doubt that in Mark Shields' capable hands, that you'll find a solution that we'll all be able to live with and actually be very pleased
We'll
with.
work on it, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
All
for
right.
the comments, yeah.
Okay,
appreciate it.
any other comments we want to roll in? Otherwise, we need to move this along. All right, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to have an indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
You were too slow, Commissioner Drury. Sorry, Commissioner Butler beat you to the draw. You were being courteous. That'd be a lesson. All right, so we got a motion and a second. Under discussion? Any discussion? All right, can I have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dorden,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Excellent project.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, and we'll try to keep moving here. I know we're going to be losing more. All right, item 4, 400 West Carrillo Street, located in EPV. Come on up. Proposal to construct a new 63-unit residential building. The project includes at-grade surface parking and garage parking, as well as additional amenity space such as a common room and courtyard outdoor space. The units are proposed to be 100% rent-controlled, moderate income, 80 to 12% AMI, and middle income affordable, 120 to 160 AMI. The project calls for the removal of 8 king palms, 1 jacaranda, 15 tipu trees on the property, no city trees, street trees or trees within the flood control area outside the western property line will be removed. Final approval is requested. Project plans must demonstrate substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on January 31st, 2024, which is when the project was last reviewed. Welcome. Can you tell we're in a hurry? Yeah.
All right, your presentation plans are downloading still. Okay. But we've got the minutes open if the commission wants.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So welcome. We'll read through the minutes. If you then you'll introduce yourselves for the record, get staff comments, and then we'll have 15 minutes to present.
Wrap it up.
To wrap it up. All right. So, okay. So, can we get the comments up? Sorry, they disappeared when the.
Shall I do that or? Word tab.
All right, great. All right. So. All right, here we go. So the motion was for project design approval with comments and findings. 1, the planter is too modern and needs to be EPV appropriate. 2, the porcelain paver is not EPV appropriate. Select a new porcelain paver. 3, consider a brighter white for the color of the plaster. 4, the commission supports not moving the courtyard spacing and all design decisions that the applicant made based on previous HLC comments. Not moving the courtyard. Okay, got it. 5, consider the long-term effect of having a solid rod iron fence as opposed to tube steel, especially on the public side of the fence. 6, the commission does not support the synthetic lawn. 7, in this instance, the commission supports waiving story poles. 8, the project compatibility analysis findings generally have been met. And there we go. They haven't changed. All right, and then the 10-day appeal period was announced. The action was by Uli, second was by House. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
7, and the motion was 7-2-0. Lendvik and McClure abstained. The motion carried. Yep.
Download is going to get my antenna up, you know.
Oh, that's your antenna. Okay. No. All right. So 7-2-0. Probably should have been 7-0-2. Yeah, because Lendvik and McClure were abstained. Okay. Yeah, all right, welcome. So introduce yourselves for the record, if you would, and then tell us how you address the comments after there's any staff comments, then tell us how you address these comments and anything else that was changed or new. And obviously, there's going to be details, but we'll scroll through as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Laura Bernard. I'm here with Christine Perone from the Cornell Collective.
And I'm Nicole Greer, formerly Nicole Horn. I changed my last name.
All right,
Landscape
thank you.
architect.
Welcome. All right, Thank you.
The majority of these comments are landscape.
Oh, sorry, do we have anything from staff?
No, I don't
No,
have any comments.
okay, great. All right.
The majority of these comments are landscape related, so I'm going to just take a quick moment to run us through the elevations to reacquaint us with the project, take a look at some details, and then I'll give it over to Nicole to talk through those comments. Okay, so this is obviously the commuter lot at the corner of Carrillo and Castillo. We'll take a look first at the elevation from Castillo Street here. And I'll just pan across. On the left-hand side of the screen, we have our main entry lobby. I will say that this project is largely the same as you saw before. In fact, I'm not quite sure what's changed. I mean, all we've done is just continue to evolve and take a look at the detailing, which we're excited to share with you here today. I know one of the comments was regarding the plaster. I can take us through the materials in a moment. But yeah, this is all the same as was reviewed at PDA back in January. Okay, thank you, Christine. All of our doors have a plaster eyebrow detail, and our Juliet balconies, I can take us to this elevation to look at that a little bit closer. A twisted stock at the corners and a 45-degree angle for the intermediary pickets. Let me go ahead and pan across here. We also have a pot shelf detail in certain locations. And our typical balcony, or railing at the interior of the building is largely similar, a 45-degree angle as well. One of the things we're excited about for this project is we're doing a surface mount plate, which is just a little moment for detailing while, of course, still being structural as well. And I just realized that in jumping, I probably have messed myself up here, but I'll run back a little bit. Sorry, still getting used to all this. Okay. We'll go around to, oops, there we go. So this is the elevation from Carrillo, so the other corner, frontage facing here. We have the stacked tile detailing at the railing here as well. Pierce work wall detail. This does have a bit of a look that it's recessed. Oops, oh boy, it is not. It is flush, so my apologies for that graphic error. We'll go ahead and zoom out here. And take us to the next page at a slightly larger scale. There we go. This is the view from the parking lot at the rear of the property, so not visible from the frontage. Again, not much to report here. We have the color that's shown for the awning that's in the materials palette and what's rendering in the elevations is a little bit of a lighter green than we're looking at, so I actually brought a paint chip to demonstrate that a little bit better. And yeah, so I think I'll take us down to the materials board here and run through those really quickly and then maybe jump over to the details for a moment. So this is all very classic Santa Barbara, two-piece clay tile roof, sanded, and a terracotta color palette. One of the comments was on the plaster color. This is a photo from our project over at 214 De La Guerra. It is a brighter white than we were looking at before, and I do have the fan deck as well if you'd like to see this actual color. And this is also an image of the solid body stain and the wrought iron paint colors that we've selected. We do have a couple planter walls that are this large scale running bond pattern of the sandstone, which is similar to the El Carrillo project, which is kind of diagonally kind of corner to this. For our clad doors and windows, we've selected this slate blue color, which I'll go ahead and pull out here. And this is the awning color, this kind of seafoam green that I was referring to that's not quite reading correctly. So I'll just go ahead and pull this guy out here. It's supposed to be more of a brighter spring green like we have here, should you care to pass. And then one of the things that we're really happy to have been able to upgrade on the project are these light fixtures. We're going to work with Jeff Meister to come up with a couple of his fixtures for the entry points to the project. So that will be, the lobby is going to have these fixtures on either entry, and then this arched entry passageway as well. And I also brought some cut sheets for those just in case it's easier to see them a little bit larger. I know we're past the time of paper, but here we are.
We're not.
Yeah. Let's see here, and I think I'll just go ahead to some of the details unless there's anything else to say on these elevations. Oh, yes. Apologies. For the typical light fixture at the unit balconies, unfortunately, we will not be working with Jeff for every single one of those, which I think you can understand. We found a fixture that we believe is going to be compatible with the project. This shows, I think, a milky acrylic. It will be done with a frosted seated glass instead, which I think is going to make it look much nicer. And we're actually quite happy with this fixture and how that landed. Anything else, Christine, that I missed? Okay, thank you. Alrighty, details. We spoke about the door detail already. Typical plaster eyebrow at the head, recessed into the opening so we get a nice shadow line. Pretty standard detailing otherwise with this. Again, I'm just going to continue to run through these quickly. For our window detailing, we have no plaster eyebrow at the windows, but we are doing a rectangular sill detail, which you can see both in section here and then on the left in elevation, demonstrating that we have the adequate extension at the edge so it doesn't feel artificially foreshortened. Here's a detail of our awning elevation, which I think sometimes doesn't get placed quite right. Okay, moving down. This is a look at the entry gate. It is a steel gate. These light fixtures are the Jeff Meister fixtures that I had passed around there. This is just a bit of a placeholder here. And we actually are reselecting this. We want to go with something from King's Metals. I think that just didn't quite land. If you'd like to see, I also have more updates on that.
And has this been submitted?
No, these are not. These are just paper copies that I'm happy to upload. I didn't know with the new DigiPlan process.
And can they just leave them with and as for specs? Because there's specs on here that aren't on plans, and we can just leave.
I'm happy to submit them digitally.
Back in the old days.
If City TV can show that.
Okay, yeah, then we can
that
just lock
sheet,
it in.
then that will put it in the
Yeah,
record.
and are those other sheets, are they in your set as well, the Jeff Meister?
They are, yeah. I just wanted to give a
Okay,
bigger
great.
picture.
So I just want to make
it's
sure
easy
that whatever is not in your sheets, that gets recorded so that we have a record of it.
Understood. Yes, thank you.
All right, so City TV, can you zoom in here? There we go. Over this way.
That too. It's the arrow. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not Kelly green.
No. Yeah, I think those colors are a
City
little...
TV, if you can scroll over here. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Stabbing you.
Yeah.
Okay.
There it goes. Now we're moving.
There we go. Okay, so here we go. There's the hardware, lights. Okay, great. Thank you, City TV.
And the other light fixture which you showed us,
Is on the elevations, correct? Yes.
what will the color of the bulb be? I mean,
It's
we see an orangey kind of.
Yeah, all the lights will be 3,000 Kelvin.
Great. And that's noted on plan?
Indeed it is.
Great. All right. What's
Okay.
next?
I just have a couple more details to show here. Looking at the plaster column detailing, this is at the third floor balcony at that front corner. This is our typical wood balcony detailing with a nice skirt element and chamfered corners on the wood, and a corbel where it occurs at certain locations. Speaking of corbels, we also have a couple other plaster corbels throughout the project, which are shown here. This is the stacked wall detail that we saw on the Carrillo frontage. And this is also a detail at the third floor balcony wall at that same frontage. This is the balcony on the Castillo frontage, the detailing for the wood beams. This is the cantilevered balcony without any column support. Oh, I'm
Do
sorry.
you have the overflow detail?
The overflow scupper, yes, with the clay tile shroud. I believe that is.
It's a round bubble we see in the elevations.
Yes. Here we go.
So what is that? Is that tile?
Yes, it's a clay tile.
And it'll be
set into the brown coat.
Yeah, but it'll show as clay tile.
Yes, it's noted as a clay barrel tile.
Okay, so it's not painted out then, it's,
No.
okay.
No. Are there any other specific details you'd like to see? I'm happy to walk you through any others. Otherwise, I'll give you over to Nicole here.
Anything else anyone wants? All right, let's go to
Okay.
landscape.
Do you want me to drive for you, or? Probably easier if you do it yourself. Yeah, I'll let you go for it. Yeah, I can.
Are they split?
No, it's at the very end. You scroll down. Yeah.
Okay. I could start here.
That screen is also a touch screen. You can pinch it.
Oh, really?
We upgraded
Fancy.
a decade later.
You don't get paper.
So this is just an overview. I just want to mention, we have, as you know, this is a heavily densely forested parking lot right now, and there's a lot of existing tepu trees. So between this plan and the last one that you saw, we are removing an additional, I think, 6 that are here. They're going to be impacted by this stormwater, underground stormwater chambers. And so what you see is we've added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 new trees since the last plan. And those are to replace the tipus that are coming out. And also you can see they're here, the little ones are meant to replace the canopy as those existing tipu trees grow old, mature, and eventually decline. So we have a number of smaller ones. They're the same species, except this is an oak, but they're meant to grow up through the canopy. And they're not tipus, they're Syrtia lancea, African sumac.
So is there one in that parking peninsula right there where your finger is? Up?
This?
Yeah, is there a tree there?
That's existing, yeah. All these big circles are existing canopies of the existing tipus.
Can you show us a screening for your double check valves?
Oh, on the backflow preventer?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll get to that sheet.
thank you.
This doesn't show any of the shrubs. But I'll just go through the comments real quick, just a reminder of what we eliminated. The planter was too modern, needs to be EPV appropriate. So we had raised planters in here that were prefab, that were wood. We've eliminated those. And I'll show you here. So what we have instead is this screen element, decorative steel fence. The pattern is right here, and I can show you a detail. But the way that we had the plans, they're hard to see here, but so we have like one of those screen elements right here, and there's another one right here, and there's 3 total, and they're meant to kind of break up the view as you look down that corridor. And what we had before was a planter that was wood, and it had a vine coming out of it, and it grew up this mesh screen, and everybody hated that. But we like having a partition, and we like trying to break up these spaces to help them feel intimate. And so what we've got now on the plans is just a freestanding panel, and it looks like this, and I can show you the detail. And it's kind of like that stacked tile that you see on the front facade, only this would be a metal mesh. And I have a sample. This is a physical color sample of the bronze color. Okay, the next comment, the porcelain paver is not EPV appropriate. Select a new porcelain paver.
Thank you.
So we didn't select any porcelain. We just went straight to concrete. I think that the comment was actually we don't like fake things. And so we're using these 3 different color pavers here. And I also have those colors here.
So you can kind of see it's all in the interior of the courtyard. We have a stacked bond. And then around some of the planters, we're doing this like alternating stripe. And then down here, there's like an arcade right here. And then in between the arcade arches, we just have that decorative paving moment again, repeated there. And then this is all underneath the overhead. It's not open to sky, and this is kind of like a little outdoor yoga gym thing. We're showing exercise equipment, and we have kind of a disintegrating pattern in there. So we're trying to blend that line between traditional architecture and kind of a more fun, interesting pattern to look out for the upper floor units, and then for the people that might use this space. And out here at the street, we've got a more traditional running bond in the same paver.
But traditional is fun.
I didn't mean more fun, I meant just as fun. And then one of the other comments lastly was, the commission does not support the synthetic lawn. So this is where we had synthetic lawn, we're using DG now. And I have another DG sample here. It's not a traditional color, it's lighter gray, more in keeping with the pavers. And we're trying to go light because this is gonna be a shaded area. You know, it's a narrow courtyard. So we want to keep things light and bright. Yeah, it looks like eyeshadow. Okay, so I will go to the planting and show the screening at the backflow preventers, and then I'll go through the details and I'll talk about this comment about the steel fence here.
Get a lot of lines with that.
That's off the record. It's after
okay.
5.
Yeah, the order pizza now.
Next. Well, it's going to be hard to see. Yeah. The water line comes in here off of Castillo, and then we have a bunch of plants in here. The backflow preventer, there's 2. Well, this is the irrigation backflow preventer. That'll come in here. This is a new jacaranda, new palms, existing jacaranda here in this circle. The water line comes in, and then we've got low grasses and taller grasses. So these taller grasses will hide the backflow preventer for irrigation, which won't be very tall. It's only like 12 inches tall. And then up here, this is where the bigger fire water comes in and the domestic water. And here we have more screening. We've got a Mediterranean fan palm here, multi-trunk, that'll create some real mass here to screen that fire backflow. And then these are,
So where is the fire backflow?
it's really hard to see. See the fire water line coming in here?
Yeah.
It's gonna be right in here.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it kind of goes up like this, so.
Okay.
But that Mediterranean fan palm is meant to screen it. And then these are maybe like 18-inch high grasses. And then back here, these are gonna be like 3-foot high grasses.
Until the fire department drops.
Yeah. So lastly, there was a comment about the fencing, not wanting it to be tube steel. So I'll just kind of actually just explain it here on the plans before we go to the detail. So here's the site. So we have fencing coming around here on Carrillo, and then it drops down and wraps all the way around this Mission Creek area. And then along this side, there's an existing wall. We're just keeping that wall. We're not doing a fence. We don't want to impact all these teepee trees with additional construction. And then there's going to be a gate and fence here. And so the fence that's along Castillo and Carrillo is going to be the solid 3/4-inch steel picket. And then when it goes around, it'll go back to the tube steel. And that's steel, it's not aluminum.
Mm-hmm. Is that indicated on your?
It's on the construction plans,
Okay,
and then I have
great.
I'll go to the detail here that, oh. This is not the most recent set. Well, here, this is the solid detail fence, solid picket, but it doesn't, we don't have the tube picket, so.
Okay.
The distinction is there on the plans. I think this is just a couple weeks
Is it
older.
the same general design, but just in two?
Yes, it's the same, exactly, it's the same thing. Yeah, they're both the 3-rail, 3/4-inch picket, just one is the tube steel, one is solid.
Okay.
And then here's that other decorative screen. You can see it's only 5 feet tall. And then we have a lighting plan, which I can go through that if you want. It's generally mostly on the interior courtyard. We have these recessed wall lights in the planters, raised planters in the courtyard, and then these little path lights here at the entrances. And this is ceiling mounted within this yoga room right here.
All right.
Is that the screen, the metal screen, does it have a frame around it, or I guess?
No, it doesn't have, no, it's like
Is that material that you showed the color, is it, how thick is it? And,
it's.
oh, here it is, the material.
Yeah, it's really thin. It's like a 1/4 inch, and what they do is they just kind of like wrap it a little bit on the ends so it doesn't look like a sharp blade, but then they have a proprietary blade, they call it a blade post, that keeps it up so it's kind of invisible.
Mm-hmm. And how big are the openings in it? Are they?
They're pretty small.
Expanded metal?
No, it's like a laser cut steel. Yeah. They're maybe like this big.
Oh, okay, thank you.
For the record, that's like 2 inches.
2 to 3 inches, yeah.
Okay. All right. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
All right. All right, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. At this time, I haven't received any speaker slips, and I'm not seeing any movement. We also don't have any virtual participants, and we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, to the commission, any questions? Yes, Commissioner.
Possession of these little bricks and some opium.
Quick, hand them over.
That was
Get rid of them.
Happened about 2 items ago.
Yeah, they were here.
You were here for that? So where are these going to go? Tusk, beige, and solar tan. I mean, just generally.
In the
Interior courtyard.
Okay.
The solar tan is the one we're using most predominantly.
Which one's
back?
The one you have your hand on.
solar tan? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And then the darker one, and then that one on
Tusk.
Tusk. Yeah, those are going to be kind of the decorative elements around like the planters.
Perfect.
And then solar tan is the field, and what will be out front too on the street frontage.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
I have a question again regarding bike parking.
Okay, bike parking.
Do you have parking for guests? Other than the bike parking you have inside, lockable, whatever. If a guest comes over, you have a place for them park their bike by the entry door.
Did you need to do bike parking poster? No.
Sorry, I'm trying to get to the planning exhibits here.
It's a good question. I think we could add that. That's a good idea to add a couple bike posts.
Yeah,
up there.
it's becoming more obvious all the time
Yeah,
that we
yeah.
need to obviously have bike parking for the tenants, but also for guests who
Yeah,
happen to
I
come.
totally agree.
Yeah.
We can, if that can be a condition. I'd
Yeah, a
appreciate
couple
it.
by each entry door, or whatever, you know,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Only driving guests allowed.
Yeah, you have to have a car.
All right. Any other questions? All right, it's here for final approval. So comments, is everyone good with what they're seeing?
Yes, I think the project just continues to kind of mature as it's going along, and it's on the trajectory that we expected it to be on as we've moved it from time to time. So totally supportive. I'm happy to make a motion if there's no other chatter.
Okay, any other chatter?
My chatter would be, I don't know what more we could ask for. Really.
Bike parking.
Seriously. Thank you.
All right. Any other?
I just want to make a very political comment, but housing is a very political issue. The state of California has passed all kinds of laws to try to get more housing built. This is the city working with very talented architects, and it's 100% rent-controlled, moderate income, and middle income. This is a demonstration of how to do this, and I'm all very supportive of the project.
Yes.
And the local talent.
All right, and I'll add to that, to thank you for working so hard and well with us on this as well, because I know we've put, you're at a time where things are shifting to larger, and you all have been in the forefront of it. So thank you for your continued hard work and talent. So, okay, ready for a motion?
I'll move for final approval of 400 West Korea Street with the comment that the drawings as presented today are substantially in compliance with ones we've seen before for project design approval from January. I don't think I've got a list of findings I have to make, do I?
No.
Do I?
Oh, you did
He's
for
nodding
final
his head.
approval?
You were correct in just stating that the plans substantially conform, and then I think there was a request for a condition on the parking or the entry door.
I'll
But
second.
not those new dopey ones that we just reviewed
Yeah.
last week. No, sorry. Strike that from the record.
No, they had a good example that we should probably look at. But anyway, I'll second that motion.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, we got a motion and a second.
And pardon the interruption, Chair Grumbine. Could you just state the condition just for the record?
That visitor bicycle parking be provided.
All right. And any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Dordan?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, congratulations. Nice work. And this decision is appealable to the City Council in 10 days. All right. All right, we are on to the last item, item 5. This is a continued item for pre-approved accessory dwelling units in compliance with Assembly Bill 1332. The city is implementing a program to provide for the pre-approval of accessory dwelling units, ADU plans. To gain a pre-approval of their ADU design, the designer must receive an affirmative vote from at least one of the city's design review bodies. Once an ADU design has been approved by a design review body, the designer may submit working construction drawings to the city's Building and Safety Division for review of building, zoning, and fire compliance, code compliance. Approved designs will be posted on the city's website with the designer's contact information so that anyone may contact the designer to purchase the pre-approved plan set. Pre-approved ADU plan sets are subject to shorter permitting deadlines in an effort to streamline housing production. All right, so we
Motion to approve.
That was fast. Okay, so this is a continued item for pre-approved accessory dwelling units. This is proposal for pre-approval of a 250-square-foot, one-story detached accessory dwelling unit designed with a gable roof and a craftsman-style variation, Design A, and a Spanish-style variation, Design B, and a 400-square-foot, one-story detached accessory dwelling unit designed in Spanish-style variation, Design C, and craftsman-style variation, Design D. Request to provide a recommendation to staff for approval, approval with conditions, or denial of design A, B, C, and D. No specific findings are required. Recommendations on each individual design option will be taken by a motion and a majority vote. Exterior colors are to be approved as shown on the plans or to match the primary residence. Recommendations are non-appealable. Design was last reviewed August 28th, 2024. All right, welcome.
Hi. Chair Grumbine, I have a couple just quick staff things. There's a small error in the agenda. This design was actually last reviewed on July 17th, 2024. We had to push this item to this agenda. And I will pull up those minutes for you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so I'll read the minutes, and then if you can go through, show how you address those, walk through your plans, and we will see how fast we can do this.
And first, thank you so much for staying so late. I'm so sorry that there was such a long meeting. I appreciate all of your time.
We're in it.
It was actually your fault. It was your fault.
We normally get pizza, but that's been cut out.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm in for pizza. It sounds great.
All right, so do you want to pull up are you looking for the minutes?
I'm working on it. I suggest.
Yeah,
going
we
ahead
can
with
march
the-
forward and
the
then we can-
presentation, and then we'll pull up the minutes.
I actually have a list.
Oh, perfect.
And while Ted's pulling up the minutes, so the items that I needed to improve, that was requested to improve, was for the Spanish style was remove a side light by the door, and that was actually for both the Spanish and the Craftsman. The side arches on the front porchway were requested to be removed, and replace the square windows, which I'll get to, in the common area space with 2 long windows, replace bedroom windows with doors, update the plans with 2 gutter options, add a Spanish corbel to the archway, revise the roof to be flush with the building. Show on the color materials board a Spanish colonial light option, and then also show a detail for the weep screed in Spanish traditional, which I looked up the historic resource guide to make sure that we had that on there. And then for Craftsman, we wanted to, the request was to stick with 1 siding choice, as I had 2 siding choices. Update the Craftsman column in accordance to the historic guide, which I did. I also went to the bungalow district in the Craftsman area that you guys told me to drive through. It was really fun. Lower the slope of the roof, remove the side light, which I already discussed, and move windows from the corners. If there's anything else I missed, let me know.
Okay.
And I do have the minutes up on this screen. Ms. Johnson, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Oh, and yes, there at one point was 4 columns. I was requested to eliminate the columns that were closest in inset to the building, which I removed, as well as the casings around doors and windows, and updated the Craftsman eave overhang to be 18 inches, add open rafter tails. I will tell you, I reviewed this with ABR. There is a small PDF issue on the rafter tails, which you can kind of see, but it's just a rendering issue that I can correct. Let's see here. Roof shall be dimensional asphalt shingles. That's on the color materials board. Include options for, I'm sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses. An OG and half round gutter. We already discussed that. And looked at the EPV guidelines, which we spoke about as well. Change the light by the front door, we spoke about. Change the square windows to 2 vertical rectangular windows with 6 lights. Drop the arches, we did that. Make the pier and the side of the porch as wide as the front side, I did that as well. I will tell you, ABR wanted me to make them considerably larger and thicker than HLC requested, but I want you to look at it first before I make any amendments to that.
Sorry, which one was that again?
For
Okay.
Bride of 5. And pull the upper and right windows away from the corner, we just discussed, which I did. Include options for an OG and half round gutter. I did that on our color materials board. Decorative light should be wrought iron, traditional Spanish style. Did that. Add an option to include a back door. We did that. And then the weep screed should have traditional Spanish style look. I think we spoke about everything, but slow me down or stop me
Yeah.
if I missed anything.
That's good.
And just for the record, I watched that.
All right, great, thank you. Oh, yeah, so the action was by Commissioner Ensberg, second by Drury 600, so Dorden, Uli, and McClure were absent. Commissioner Dorden, did you watch it?
No, I did not.
Okay, so questions only. And then, and McClure's absent. Okay, great. Take it
Great.
away.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and, so everything up here you've already seen. We have an area where they can add a site plan, add photos. What I want, and on the cover sheet, and though this is not HLC related, I really want these templates to be roadmaps to assist with people who need to house aging parents or children and make it as easy as possible. Okay, so this is our 250 square foot, the studio square foot ADO Craftsman. We have the columns, which will move over to the elevations. Removal of the side light, removal of those columns, increase of the overhang, and removal of the windows to make 2 long vertical. There we go. And that's what that looks like here. Okay. Would you like me to continue? Okay, great. And then here's the Spanish option. Integration of the Spanish corbel. Okay. And here is our 400 square foot. There's the Craftsman with the increase of the overhang, columns, the back doors for the primary bedroom. And here's the elevations. And the Craftsman elevation. And here is the color materials board. I will note that ABR would like me to make these columns 50% heavier. So if that's something that you guys want, just know that that's a condition. I had approved with a condition based off of that. I'm happy to do so. Any questions, or would you like me to return to anything?
Are those shown as 8 inches thick right now? The plaster, sorry.
The Spanish columns, let me pull it up here. So sorry. I have it written down if I could find the column width. I believe the Spanish, let me look here. I don't know why I'm missing, hold on one second, I'm so sorry. They are 12, yeah, 1 feet thick. Let me go back down to that. Sorry, it took me a moment. For the Spanish, it's 12.
Okay.
Yep.
Are we in questions?
We're still in presentation. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. And then I think that's it for me.
Okay, great. Can you scroll on to the very end there?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh. Saw the whole thing.
Roof.
Okay, great.
And specs.
Okay, all right. Now we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'm not seeing anyone in the audience. We don't have any virtual participants, and we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, to the commission for questions. Now we're in questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So both of those iterations with the pillars, it seems to me that the bottom one should have some sort of a support for the support, something wider at the base. It looks insubstantial. It looks like it's sort of plunked on the ground instead of in the ground.
Okay.
I mean, visually, it seems that way to me.
Okay.
And then the top one, I would think that there's too much of support of the support.
Okay.
Can you zoom in actually to the Craftsman?
Yes. And if you want me to pull up the elevations, I'm happy to do that as
Now,
well.
if
Here's
that,
the rendering.
it seems to me if that was on, the architects will probably weigh in. But it seems to me if that was on a wooden support, a porch, then it would make sense. But it doesn't make sense with that being in the ground. It just seems to me to be visually odd.
So maybe we'll just roll into discussion on that, just to kind of work through. So for the Spanish one, so I mean, you could do that as a base. You can pop your base out a little bit. I do think that one of the things I don't necessarily disagree with ABR. It might be able to beef it up a little bit. One of the things that's a little bit odd is the corbel, the plaster corbel, and then into the arch. In some ways, I just say make an elliptical arch and call it a day.
See. Yeah.
Just keep it simple, and then you can just maybe thicken up a couple inches, maybe 2 inches.
16.
Yeah, 16. Yeah, 16-inch piers, because you don't want to get too much because you don't want to block the door.
To drop the ridge down.
Well, the other thing that is, agree.
Okay.
Agree. It feels funny because there's no slab.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, you're straight on. It's the porch. It's missing the porch.
It needs to have
Yeah.
a slab that you're sitting on. Then I think it'll be okay.
I think you're right.
That's what I'm talking
That's
about.
probably
The same thing with the other one.
So
a
do
slab
you
or a
understand
porch.
that the floor of the porch, right now, it's
Right,
showing it's
it's
just
in the
gravel running through?
Right, the rendering shows that it's gravel, but on building and safety, we'll have a slab on grade.
A landing
Yes.
grade.
And then
Correct,
it'll
yeah.
be maybe a couple inches past the,
Yes.
where the column comes down, so it's sitting on top of the concrete slab.
Yes, I see exactly what you're saying.
That was what was.
Yeah,
But then I think
that's
it's
good.
okay.
Yeah.
Then it doesn't need any further beefing up or anything. It's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
that makes
the
sense.
thickness that you just said.
Okay.
The
leave it at
16.
12?
No.
Leave it at
I'm
12?
saying make it 2
Pardon the
inches.
interruption, Chair Grumpine.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ensberg, could you turn your mic on?
Sorry.
Nobody can hear us if there's a
16,
microphone.
make it a little thicker.
Yep.
But you don't, and then
And have
take
it
away,
flat.
and just make it a simple arch, and then that's it.
Yeah, so elliptical arch, so that it curves down, there's,
No corbel.
yeah, so it's not segmented, but actually just roll right up as an ellipse, right?
Yeah.
And then the 16 inches, and then a slab, and say what, at least minimum 2 inches beyond a slab on the ground that goes at least 2 inches past the,
Or not. I can just see it flush.
Okay.
Yeah. Not have a
all right,
bump.
do we want to define it or not? It's define either way.
Yeah. I would say that the column just sits right there in the corner of the slab, right?
Yeah, they're going to end up plastering over past it, and it's going to look dopey.
Yeah. Actually, wanted to.
For safety's sake, give it a couple
So
inches.
the slab's
of-
going to stop that.
Yes.
Yeah, all right, I get it. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say.
2 inches
with
over.
the slab 2 inches.
Okay.
On, past it on either side.
Okay.
And Chair Grumpine, can I also ask, how do you feel about how, it looks like the arch is, what's that dark color behind there? Is that,
It's a shadow. It's a rendering shadow.
that wouldn't be there?
Right, there's nothing there.
That's showing the roof, I think, of the
It's
of the
maybe
model.
just a,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Okay.
rendering error.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Lumion fun thing.
Okay, then do you have a detail?
So should we make the same thing on the Craftsman? It should
So-
have a porch?
Yes, so porch, I think that's what's also making it look funny.
Or a slab.
Yeah,
A slab, yeah.
Yeah.
Slab,
Okay.
porch, same thing.
2
13
inches.
inches beyond the base of the.
The other thing about this is it feels like they're not that they should be in the corner. I'm not quite sure where.
Yeah, where are they located?
There's the header going
Oh, it's a
across,
rendering
but they
problem.
should be directly underneath, and I feel like they should be a little
Let's take a
thicker.
look at it in plan.
Okay.
And in elevation, to see where they're actually.
Should be on the
lining up,
edge of
see
the-
if it's just a rendering.
Yeah,
Okay.
and maybe they should be, don't they feel a little thin,
What size are they?
the columns?
They look like they're 6x6s.
They are 6x6s, yes.
I think they
Maybe
should
they
go
should be
to
8s.
8 by 8.
Eight.
Yeah, see, they're not at the,
But is that
At
showing the
the-
overhang, or is that showing the?
this is the overhang.
The overhang is 18 inches.
Oh, so,
Well, for,
See, do you have a structural here or no?
No, as we are wrapping up structural, we're waiting for all the comments to be completed so that structural doesn't have to revise 2 months.
Okay, fair enough. We're having a real-time drawing here.
Well, the two columns are on the left side there.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, do you want me to go back to elevation or?
Oh, yeah, actually elevation might
Sorry.
explain, or the
Sorry.
overhang might be in the
How
way.
is that? Is
so-
that better? Yeah.
Yeah, would you have a
see,
side elevation? It's hard to tell.
Something's going on there.
yeah.
Well, actually, zoom in to the
Zoom in.
Craftsman, upper left, if you would. Yeah, okay. That actually, well, it's not my line.
It's close. See, it's
Slightly
out of
off.
alignment there.
I see.
Yeah, actually, yeah, in side
It
elevation,
just
you can
looks
see
like a
it. It's just
computer
off.
thingy.
So the left elevation, elevation number 2, looks like the post is out of alignment with the roof that it's supposed to rest
beam.
on.
Oh, it's, I'm so sorry. It is a rendering issue. Yeah, I
Rendering
see
issue,
exactly
I'm
what you're
telling you.
talking about
It should
now.
line
Sorry, it
up.
took me a moment. Yeah.
So that the beam from both sides
Yeah.
should come
So-
together, and the column should align perfectly with that in the corner. So it should be beam, intersect, and then column right in alignment, all within that.
Right.
So
Mr.
from-
Chair,
Yeah.
is it too much to ask that they be made thicker?
I
They said
think
8 by
no,
8.
We also said go to 8 inch.
Yeah.
What is it now?
6.
8 by
Six.
8.
Okay.
It's 6.
Six is now.
This is 6, but
Yeah,
it'll go 8.
okay, yep. It would fit the pedestal much better if it was wider, right?
I mean, in reality, if you wanted to look at the right Craftsman detail, it would follow the thickness of the base and taper up
Yep,
to the beam. It wouldn't just be a
I almost,
post.
went with that style.
that may be
Both
too
went
much
back
to
and
ask.
forth.
Yeah.
I can
and-
do
and
that.
I think that you can still, there is at least a minority that just do the simple post.
Yeah,
Do
this is
the
the
chunky,
cheaper. I saw
simple,
both,
yeah.
This is
yeah.
the cheaper route.
Yeah, exactly. This is, which-
Excuse me, oh,
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
go ahead.
Well, is this also, I know these are just these really fun little glitches that happen in the computer when you're sleeping. But this one, the elevation 2, is that former column that we got rid of? Is that still showing there?
Ghost of the column path.
No, it's
By the light?
it's excuse me. No, it's the same. This is a gutter that has decided to
okay.
show up in a render, and
Okay,
and I
okay.
I missed it on my
It's
red
okay.
lines.
I understand.
I will move that to be
And then
flush.
similar question, what are those little 2x-somethings poking out straight at us in the eave?
On the eave line.
What are those?
They look like
Two on each
icicles.
side.
These things?
Christmas
This
lights.
is the rendering error actually that I started talking about when we began. But
Okay.
I saw these and I said, what is
It's a
happening here?
gingerbread house.
Victorian.
Another thing I saw was on the other elevation of this one, not that one. That window on the left is too close to the corner.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
I'll move that over.
Oh, yeah, can we pull, and actually, both of them can pull over a couple, at least.
A foot,
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah.
if you
Be
can.
easier.
Oh, yeah, I can. I can.
Okay, and then one of the other things is, so you're showing basically a fascia board going all the way around all your eaves, and typically for craftsmen, you see it's exposed rafter tails that you're seeing. So, from your side elevation, you'll see this going all the way, marching all the way along. You'll still have your gutter in front, so that'll overlap it some, but you need to see right now you have a fascia board covering the whole thing.
It looks like a dual fascia board. There's
Yeah.
Okay.
So
bottom one and a trim.
I can edit that.
So exposed rafter tails, and your rafter tail looks decent enough size so that I think it at least crosses enough for the craftsman. Typically it'd be a little longer, but
Okay.
but it does need to be exposed and show.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
So it's like a 2x3 really, right? Because you have to end the roofing. So you got a little 2x3 and then you've got the rafter poking out? Or no?
I think just leave it exposed.
What's the nailer for the end of the roof? Gotta have a nailer for the end of the roof.
Well, wouldn't you just have decking and then have your gutter come down and hide it?
3/4 inch plywood, but what's holding up the end of the plywood between the rafters?
Or why don't you just cover it with your gutter?
Gutter's not gonna hold up the plywood.
Hold up the.
And rafter, edge of roof, what is supporting the end of the plywood?
It's a 1x6 or 1x4,
Yeah,
whatever they are.
yeah, it's a nailer, yeah.
Duct tape.
Yeah, you gotta have a nailer there for the end of the roof, and then the gutter hangs on it.
Gorilla tape.
Right. See what I'm saying?
Well, we can talk about it later. And
Check out the detail, make sure it's
I
right.
know, yeah.
Because you're gonna see a line, without the gutter, you're gonna see a line of that 1x something
Yeah.
holding up the end of the decking.
I'll look at the detailing
Yeah.
for that and make sure. Yeah.
The gutter's gonna cover it up, but
Yeah. I know. Yeah. It's a good
Okay.
point.
So most of these seem to be just little computer.
Yeah, so what I'm wondering is whether we can give it, because we need to give it approval, or we can give it approval with conditions, and as long as we can describe these conditions, and staff can follow up and make sure these, our verbal descriptions are enough.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
You can condition to,
I'm happy with that.
Okay, and then what's the detail or the spec for the two-piece, is it two-piece clay tile? And what is the?
Eagle roofing?
Oh, it's one piece.
Yeah.
Is it one piece?
Do you prefer a two-piece?
Yes.
Okay. I can do that.
Yeah, two-piece clay tile, yeah.
And a lot of these things are just little minor tweaks, but your front door on one or the other swings the wrong way.
Uh-oh.
On the elevation, it suggests it's swinging one way, and on plan, it's swinging the other.
Oh, where did that happen? I'll look over
Might be
this.
on the Craftsman, the smaller unit.
Oh. Okay, I'll look over that. That should not have happened.
We don't allow left-handed doors.
I don't,
So-
oh, I found it.
Right there.
Thank you for catching that. I don't allow that either. I'm so sorry.
There are no left-handed people.
Back to that rendering right there. So there should be no roof on top of, I mean, you've got your,
You should not see
we
shingles
should
from
not be
this.
seeing shingles
That's
above.
It's a rendering
that's
problem.
rendering
And I know that, just to, it's like a typo, right? Just-
Yeah.
So just so you know, because I was, that was confusing me.
It doesn't wrap the edge.
Yeah.
Well, in some styles
And
it
hopefully
does,
you're
but
not doing
in
that.
this
You're
one.
just, it's
No,
just.
yeah. It's,
Okay.
Lumion just kind of, the rendering software makes the material go past, just a little past the point. So I'm still trying to work on that. Thank you for catching that. No, that, it won't look like that.
Okay. More real. Okay, so why don't I take a shot at the comments?
And conditions,
and
if you've got them.
conditions. Now, did we go through all of them? We saw everything, right?
It's just two of them, right?
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Just, but we have A, B, C, and D here. And just remind me how.
Have we looked at all A, B, C,
Yeah,
and
that's
D?
what I want to make sure we have.
Yes,
Okay.
we looked at everything.
Okay, so then we're just going to approve with the following conditions, and we'll just go through. And then why don't we just start with A? So,
The Chair Grumbine, if I could offer a little tip that
sure.
ABR did. So instead of doing individual motions for each item A through D, they grouped it by style and, moved to approve A and D, which are the Spanish style. I believe.
Okay.
No, craftsman style, and B and C, which are the craftsmen, or the Spanish.
That makes sense. Let's follow,
Okay,
let's
do
follow
that.
their lead.
That sounds good. For
Chair
once.
Grumbine, can I just,
right.
seeing one other thing here too, on these of course, we know because we saw it in the plan, but the base of the column is square. The base of the column is square. And in this elevation, A, it's one dimension, and in
Two.
two, or one and two, it's thinner. So that's
need to be
another little
square.
thing for you to,
Wait, sorry, which?
the base.
These are not the same size.
Oh, I see, it's rectangle.
She's noticed.
It should
It's
be,
a rectangle.
it looks like
It needs
it's
to be
a
a square.
rectangle instead of a square.
It needs to match, that's a condition.
And we'll, yeah, okay, that sounds good.
So anyway, sorry.
That's a good one.
That's okay, 16 inches for
Whatever
both,
it is.
correct?
Mhm.
Is that was you? Okay.
Yeah, whatever we'll pick an elevation, let's say match it. So.
Elevation 1.
Yeah, so matching elevation 1 for this. Okay, so so craftsmen are A and C, is that correct?
A and D.
A and D. Okay, so let's go a motion for A and D with the following comments. Let's work through them. Okay, so first for the porch posts to be 8 by 8s instead of 6 by 6. For the base of the porch post to be square and matching the
Elevation 1.
elevation 1 for width.
Sheet 2A24.
And then for the beams above the porch columns to align in both directions at the corner with the 8 by 8 post. Be flush in both directions. For the rafters on the eaves to be open rafter without a fascia board, unless there's a nailer as required. For the windows on elevation 3, the rear elevation, to be brought inboard from the corners at least 12 inches, to be at least 12 inches of clear from the corners.
Just while you're saying that, I'll show you that, like this, correct?
Yes, along those lines, yeah.
Okay.
For the, let's see, the window divisions, everything looks good. All right, any other comments on the?
Yeah, I have one other. I
Yes.
still am unclear about this fascia board, and why are there two lines there? Shouldn't there be one fascia board? And like on the number 2, it seems like the top of I guess we have to look at does the roof extend above? So this is, shouldn't they be
Let's
aligning?
ask the first question. Do you have an eave detail? I can't remember.
Do you know what I'm talking about
Yeah,
here?
I know, but I think that part of it is, if there's an eave detail, I think we can get further faster. Is there an actual detail showing how you're?
Not on the planning set.
Okay.
It is on our BLD set.
Okay, so that would get to your question
Okay.
of why, it does look like.
So it looks like there are
The
two
fascia-
boards.
The fascia
It
board
looks like
should be
there are two
running
boards.
around. It should, run around
No,
the
there
whole
shouldn't be
thing.
a fascia board.
Yeah.
There should not be a fascia board.
Well,
Except on the rake.
well, let's just start with maybe the top of the rafter tail. So whether you have a fascia board or not, whatever the height of the
Exactly,
of
that
the
rafter
rafter
is.
tail, then that should be the same line going all the way around, right? And see here,
Or at least you should be raking up the
Yeah.
gable and back down the gable.
yeah, and the ridge is the same, right? It's both directions. So why is this poking, like on the first elevation, it's, looks, I don't understand what that upper line is.
Looks like
And then on
dimension
the
line.
second one, it's going up above.
Are you referring to this line right here?
Yeah.
This is just from taking dimensions. It's just.
It's a dimension line.
So it's not,
It's not anything.
okay.
Of value in terms of design.
It's just a dimension line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then, so that does work in terms of what, one has slightly taller gable.
One
Yeah.
has, yeah.
Right. I was requested to change the height of the entry porch gable, but if you guys want me to match that, I can.
No, I think
That's
that
fine.
works.
No, it's
and
okay,
it's
as
a
long as
minor-
it,
Okay.
Yeah, you're just making sure
Makes-
it actually
yeah.
is
Okay.
consistent.
Okay.
And so to be clear, on the rake, it's just the rafter being shown. There's no
Yes.
additional trim that's on it, which is what is illustrated.
Yeah, it's not only illustrating it there on the gable, it's also illustrating it wrapping around.
I understand.
As a fascia board, yeah. So it's like a double fascia board shown and a double rake.
Yeah.
right, and on the number 2, like you come over to the right-hand side, where the doors are to the bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm
You should
not,
see rafters.
well,
at
what is
ends.
this, shouldn't these align? Shouldn't that, whoops, come down?
Well, we're all
and
bumping
they're
into
in
the microphone.
same- Like on the left-hand side, maybe I should just come over.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Are
we
you
see it.
referring to where the gutters are?
That's just drawing.
Yeah, so basically
think-
what you're saying is the end of rafter should align with
Yes.
the top of end of rafter.
This here,
Yeah, there's a misalignment there.
Yeah,
On
yeah.
the left
I
and
could
on the
correct
right.
that.
here it kind of works, but over here it doesn't.
Okay.
So they should be,
Yeah, so align rafters so that the rafter ends.
Okay.
It's a drafting error.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then, anything else for the craftsman?
Just to make a note that these little vertical dewdrops or whatever they are, if it's a rendering problem, then they need to go away.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure they go
Yeah.
away.
Christmas lights.
Yeah.
Sad.
They're already gone.
Christmas lights. All right, anything else for craftsman? Otherwise, who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve A and D with those comments and conditions.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Oh, I should.
I have
Roll call
a
vote.
question.
Oh, yeah. Question.
Since I was absent on July the 17th, can I vote on this or should I abstain?
Abstain, I think.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Do we have enough?
Yeah.
I think we
it's
do.
Okay, he's still here, so even if he abstains, we still have a vote.
Quorum.
Okay. Quorum, yeah. So, all right, can I have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes?
Commissioner Dorden,
I've decided to abstain.
Chair Grumbine.
No way, just kidding, yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Okay, we got one, all right, now we'll go to the Spanish, B and C. All right, so,
Do you want to go on the elevations or do you want to look at the rendering?
we can start either, it's fine, we'll go to both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner
And
Ensberg?
Yes, Chair Grumbine, did you remembered about the porch?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you mean in terms of,
Both of them.
yeah,
Concrete
so
porch.
we do want to make sure we have a concrete porch for the other one too, with a 3-inch. And then I'll just do it, this is after hours, so all those in favor, raise your
Aye.
hand.
Aye. Aye.
on the record. Okay, we got it. Okay, that goes back in. Okay.
Good get.
Yes, good catch. All right, on to, so then B and C, Spanish. So we have to make the porch piers to be 16-inch by 16-inch instead of the 12-inch by 12-inch, with an a true elliptical arch, and to remove the plaster corbels in the porch. Then for, let's see, what else do we have? Windows, all right. What else do we have for this little guy?
Did we say 16, or did we, I thought we said
16.
2
They
inches.
said they were 12.
So we said 2 inches more?
For the slab.
No, oh yeah, no, we gotta do the slab. This is for the piers themselves.
The piers, yeah,
Plaster piers.
that's what I'm
So we
talking
went
about.
from 12 to 16.
Okay.
Yeah. And then for the porch, to have a concrete slab that is at least, what do we say?
2 inches.
2 inches wider in both directions in the porch, plaster porch piers.
Was there any comment about the side arch being square, or did we want it to match the front arch?
I think we may have gone back and forth and said just to try square.
So it was arched before, and then it was requested to make it square.
Right.
But if
I'm
you
good with
look
that.
at it and you prefer the arch, I can put it back. That's fine.
That's fine.
We're trying not to go backwards.
We only go one, yep. And we're never wrong.
Of course not. Especially when the chair says it.
Oh, gosh, that was a dumb idea. Who thought of that?
Oh, it was me.
Okay, and then also I think when it thickens the column, it'll be okay.
We're going forward.
Yeah, we're going forward. All right, any other additional notes?
Two-piece tile.
Oh, two-piece, yeah, two-piece clay tile. Two-piece clay tile, good point. Anything else? Actually, there is this similar eave issue. So to line up your eaves for your porch and the main massing, do you see how the
yes.
very corner is off by a couple inches? So it needs to lift up or something.
Or something.
Extend the eave past the corners themselves.
There's a little tiny triangle plaster up in the corner right above your.
Oh, that.
There
Yeah.
it needs to lift up
It's a
or drop some, or the other one needs to drop
Drafting error. Fire the draftsman.
down. Yeah. All right, anything else?
I'll move to approve B and C with those comments and conditions.
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Under discussion, any more discussion?
Hate to bring up more, but I'm going to. Just make sure that that this squared arch or squared opening, that it's the same on both sides, because it's on this number 4 elevation.
Yeah, the pillar is not square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well,
It will
that
be square.
aligns with the other side, let's just put it that way.
So it's another rectangle, right? But that
Oh,
that
yeah,
will
yeah.
be a square.
Yeah.
It'll be 16 inches in both directions.
Correct.
Which I think
I
is
see what
also
you're
partly why
saying.
it doesn't feel as good. All right, okay. Yeah, so the piers be 16 inches. Okay, anything else under discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Abstain.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right,
Yay.
congratulations.
Thank you so much, everybody.
And then this is not for, so this is non-appealable. Okay,
Correct. It's not appealable.
nice.
Thank you.
So no one can appeal this.
It's
Ha.
almost 6:30.
All right. All right, and this meeting is adjourned. All right.